The Secret of the Ages by Robert Collier. Foreword. If you had more money than time, what would be your pet philanthropy? Mine would be homes, but not for the aged or infirm, for young married couples. I have often thought that I'd like to start an endowment fund for helping young married couples over the rough spots in those first and second years of married life. Take a boy and a girl in a cozy little nest, add a healthy baby, and there's nothing happier. But fill in a sickly baby, a tired mother, a worried father, and there's nothing more pitiful. A lift on that heavy doctor's bill would spell heaven to that tiny family. But they are not poor enough for charity, nor rich enough to afford it themselves. It is to them that I should like to dedicate this book. If I cannot endow colleges for them, perhaps I can point the way to get all good gifts for them. What they do need is inspiration, the kind of inspiration that makes a man go out and create his own opportunity, a way to win for themselves the full measure of success they've dreamed of. That is something every young couple would welcome with open arms. It will enable husband and wife to work together not merely for domestic happiness, but for business success as well. Robert Collier. Chapter 1. The World's Greatest Discovery. What is the most significant discovery of this modern age? The really significant thing is that men are for the first time beginning to get an understanding of that life principle which was brought to this earth thousands or millions of years ago. They are beginning to get an inkling of the infinite power it puts in their hands. This is the greatest discovery of modern times, that every man can call upon this life principle at will, that it is as much the servant of his mind as was ever Aladdin's fabled genie of the lamp of old, that he has but to understand it and work in harmony with it to get from it anything he may need, health or happiness, riches or success. Some power had to bring to this planet the germ of life, the life principle that animates all nature, plant, animal, and man. For millions of years, this life germ was threatened by every kind of danger, but to it each new danger was merely an incentive to finding a new resource, to putting forth life in some new shape. To meet one set of needs, it formed the dinosaur. To meet another, the butterfly. To escape danger in the water, it sought land. Pursued on land, it took to the air. But ever from the beginning, it showed its power to meet every changing condition, to answer every creature need. Had it been possible to kill this life idea, it would have perished ages ago. But obstacles, misfortunes, cataclysms were to it merely new opportunities to assert its power. All through the history of life and mankind, you can see its directing intelligence rising to meet every need of life. No one can follow it down through the ages without realizing that the whole purpose of existence is growth. Life is dynamic, not static. It is ever moving forward. The one unpardonable sin of nature is to stand still, to stagnate. In all nature, to cease to grow is to perish. It is for men and women who are not ready to stand still, who refuse to cease to grow, that this book is written. It will give you a clearer understanding of your own potentialities, show you how to work with and take advantage of the infinite energy all about you. Your future is of your own making. For the only law of infinite energy is the law of supply. The life principle is your principle. You have but to supply the urge to work in harmony with it, to get from it anything you may need. For if this life principle is so strong in the lowest forms of animal life that it can develop a shell or a poison to meet a need, how much more can it do for you, a reasoning, rational being with a mind able to work with this life principle, with an energy and an initiative to urge it on. The evidence of this is all about you. Take up some violent form of exercise. In the beginning, your muscles are weak, easily tired, but keep on for a few days. The life principle promptly strengthens them, toughens them to meet their new need. All through your daily life, you will find this life principle steadily at work. Embrace it. Work with it. Take it to yourself. And there is nothing you cannot do. It is when you need it, when you call upon it urgently, that it is most on the job. As long as things run smoothly, this life principle seems to slumber. But let things start going wrong, let ruin and disgrace stare you in the face, then is the time this life principle will assert itself if you but give it a chance. Knowing that you have working with you a force which never yet has failed in anything it has undertaken, you can go ahead in the confident knowledge that it will not fail in your case either. It is the reserve strength of the athlete, the power that, in moments of great stress or excitement, you unconsciously call upon to do the deeds which you ever after look upon as superhuman. But they are in no wise superhuman. They are merely beyond the capacity of your conscious self. Ally your conscious self with that sleeping giant within you. Rouse him daily to the task. And those superhuman deeds will become your ordinary, everyday accomplishments. W.L. Cain writes, I know that there is such a power, for I once saw 2 boys, 16 and 18 years of age, lift a great log off their brother, who had been caught under it. The next day, the same 2 boys with another man and me tried to lift the end of the log, but could not even budge it. How was it that the 2 boys could do at need what the 4 were unable to do later on? Because they never stopped to question whether or not it could be done. They saw only the urgent need. They concentrated all their thought, all their energy on that one thing, never doubting, never fearing. And the genie which is in all of us, waiting only for such a call, answered their summons and gave them the strength, not of 2 men, but of 10. This life principle makes no distinction between rich and poor, high and low. The greater your need, the more readily will it respond to your call. Wherever there is an unusual task, wherever there is poverty or hardship or sickness or despair, there is this servant of your mind, ready and willing to help, asking only that you call upon him. And not only is it ready and willing, but it is always able to help. Its ingenuity and resource are without limit. It is mind. It is thought. No matter how complicated or how simple your problem may be, the solution of it is somewhere in mind. And since the solution does exist, this mental giant can find it for you. It can know and it can do every right thing. Whatever it is necessary for you to know, whatever it is necessary for you to do, you can know and you can do if you will. But seek the help of this genie of your mind and work with it in the right way. Chapter 2. The Genie of Your Mind. It matters not how strait the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll, I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. First came the sin age, when life was for the strong of arm or the fleet of foot. Then there was the Iron Age, and while life was more precious, still the strong lorded it over the weak. Later came the Golden Age, and riches took the place of strength, but the poor found little choice between the slave drivers' whips of olden days and the grim weapons of poverty and starvation. Now we are entering a new age, the mental age, when every man can be his own master, when poverty and circumstance no longer hold power, and the lowliest creature in the land can win a place side by side with the highest. To those who do not know the resources of mind, these will sound like rash statements. But science proves beyond question that in the well springs of every man's mind are unplumbed depths, undiscovered deposits of energy, wisdom, and ability. Sound these depths, bring these treasures to the surface, and you gain an astounding wealth of new power. From the lowly caveman, cowering in his burrow in fear of lightning or fire or water, to the engineer of today, making servants of all the forces of nature, is but a measure of difference in mental development. Man, without reason in mind, would be as the monkeys are, prey of any creature fast enough and strong enough to pull him to pieces, at the mercy of wind and weather, a poor, timid creature, living for the moment only, fearful of every shadow. Through his superior mind, he learned to make fire, to keep himself warm, weapons with which to defend himself from the savage creatures round about, habitations to protect himself from the elements. Through mind he conquered the forces of nature. Through mind he has made machinery do the work of millions of horses and billions of hands. What he will do next, no man knows, for man is just beginning to awaken to his own powers. He is just getting an inkling of the unfathomed riches buried deep in his own mind. We bemoan the loss of our forests. We worry over our dwindling resources of coal and oil. We decry the waste in our factories. But the greatest waste of all we pay no attention to, the waste of our own potential mind power. Professor William James, the world-famous Harvard psychologist, estimated that the average man uses only 10% of his mental power. He has unlimited power, yet he uses but a tithe of it. With God-like power slumbering within him, he is content to continue in his daily grind, while all of nature, all of life, calls upon him to awaken. The power to be what you want to be, to get what you desire, to accomplish whatever you are striving for, abides within you. It rests with you only to bring it forth and put it to work. For psychologists and metaphysicians the world over are agreed in this, that mind is all that counts. You can be whatever you make up your mind to be. You need not be sick. You need not be unhappy. You need not be poor. You need not be unsuccessful. You are not a mere clod. You are not a beast of burden, doomed to spend your days in unremitting labor in return for food and housing. You are one of the lords of the earth, with unlimited potentialities. Within you is a power which, properly grasped and directed, can lift you out of the rut of mediocrity and place you among the elect of the earth, the lawyers, the writers, the statesmen, the big businessmen, the doers and the thinkers. It rests with you only to learn to use this power, which is yours, this mind that can do all things. Your body is for all practical purposes merely a machine which the mind uses. This mind is usually thought of as consciousness, but the conscious part of your mind is in fact the very smallest part of it. 90% of your mental life is subconscious. So when you make active use of only the conscious part of your mind, you are using but a fraction of your real ability. You are running on low gear. If these same people would only throw into the fight the resistless force of their subconscious minds, they would be amazed at their undreamed of capacity for winning success. Conscious and subconscious are, of course, integral parts of the one mind. But for convenience sake, let us divide your mind into 3 parts: the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the infinite, subliminal or universal mind. When you say, I see, I hear, I smell, I touch, it is your conscious mind that is saying this, for it is the force governing the 5 physical senses. It is the phase of mind with which you feel and reason, the phase of mind with which everyone is familiar. It is the mind with which you do business. It discriminates between right and wrong, wise and foolish. It is the generalissimo, in charge of all your mental forces, for it is only through your conscious mind that you can reach the subconscious and the universal mind. Your conscious mind is the porter at the door, the watchman at the gate. It is to the conscious mind that the subconscious looks for all its impressions. The one most important province of your conscious mind is to center your thoughts on the thing you want, and to shut the door on every suggestion of fear or worry or disease. If you once gain the ability to do that, nothing else is impossible to you. For the subconscious mind does not reason inductively. It takes the thoughts you send into it and works them out to their logical conclusion. Send to it thoughts of health and strength, and it will work out health and strength in your body. Let suggestions of disease, fear of sickness, or accident penetrate to it, and you are very likely to see the manifestation of disease working out in yourself. Your mind is master of your body. It directs and controls every function of your body. Can you tell me how much water, how much salt, how much of each different element there should be in your blood to maintain its proper specific gravity if you are leading an ordinary sedentary life? Do you know how much water you should drink to neutralize the excess salt in salt fish? No? Well, it need not worry you, neither does anyone else. But your subconscious mind knows, and it doesn't have to stop to figure it out. It does it almost automatically. The greatest mathematicians in the land, the most renowned chemists, could never do in a year's time the abstruse problems which your subconscious mind solves every minute. It supervises all the intricate processes of digestion, of assimilation, of elimination, and all the glandular secretions. It planned and built your body from infancy on up. It repairs it. It operates it. It has almost unlimited power, not merely for putting you and keeping you in perfect health, but for acquiring all the good things of life. Ignorance of this power is the sole reason for all the failures in this world. The subconscious mind is a distinct entity, sums up Dr. George C. Pitzer. It occupies the whole human body, and when not opposed in any way, it has absolute control over all the functions, conditions, and sensations of the body, while the objective mind has control over all of our voluntary functions and motions, the subconscious mind controls all of the silent, involuntary, and vegetative functions. Nutrition, waste, all secretions and excretions, the action of the heart in the circulation of the blood, the lungs in respiration or breathing, and all cell life are positively under the complete control of the subconscious mind. It never dies. We call this the soul mind. It is the living soul. It is, in short, the most powerful force in life, and when properly directed, the most beneficent. But, like a live electric wire, its destructive force is equally great. It can be either your servant or your master. It can bring to you evil or good. Man lives and moves and has his being in this great subconscious mind. It supplies the intuition that so often carries a woman straight to a point that may require hours of cumbersome reasoning for a man to reach. Even in ordinary, everyday affairs, you often draw upon its wonderful wisdom, but you do it in an accidental sort of way without realizing what you are doing. Consider the case of Blind Tom. You know that he could listen to a piece of music for the first time and go immediately to a piano and reproduce it. Or consider the case of these lightning calculators of whom one reads now and then. It may be a boy 7 or 8 years old, but you can ask him to divide numbers and he will give you the result in less time than it would take you to put the numbers down on a piece of paper. You call him phenomenal, yet you ought to be able to do the same yourself. Your subconscious mind can. The time will come when schools and teachers will no longer be necessary, except to show us how to get in touch with the infinite knowledge our subconscious minds possess from infancy. The smartest man in the world, says Dr. Frank Crane, is the man inside. By the man inside, I mean that other man within each one of us that does most of the things we give ourselves credit for doing. When I cut my finger, it is he that calls up the little phagocytes to come and kill the septic germs. It is he that coagulates the blood, stops the gash, and weaves the new skin. Most of our happiness, as well as our struggles and misery, come from this man inside. If we train him in ways of contentment, adjustment, and decision, he will go ahead of us like a well-trained servant and do for us easily most of the difficult tasks we have to perform. Dr. Jung claims that the subconscious mind contains not only all the knowledge that it has gathered during the life of the individual, but that in addition, it contains all the wisdom of past ages. That by drawing upon its wisdom and power, the individual may possess any good thing of life, from health and happiness to riches and success. You see, the subconscious mind is the connecting link between the Creator and us, between universal mind and our conscious mind. It is the means by which we can appropriate to ourselves all the good gifts, all the riches and abundance that universal mind has created in such profusion. The geniuses of literature, of art, commerce, government, politics, and invention are, according to the scientists, but ordinary men like you and me who have learned somehow, some way, to draw upon their subconscious minds. Sir Isaac Newton is reported to have acquired his marvelous knowledge of mathematics and physics with no conscious effort. Mozart said of his beautiful symphonies, they just came to him. Our subconscious minds are vast magnets with the power to draw from universal mind unlimited knowledge, unlimited power, unlimited riches. Few understand or appreciate, however, that the vast storehouse of knowledge and power of the subconscious mind can be drawn upon at will. Now and then, through intense concentration or very active desire, we do accidentally penetrate to the realm of the subconscious and register our thought upon it. Such thoughts are almost invariably realized. The trouble is that as often as not, it is our negative thoughts, our fears, that penetrate. What you must manage to do is learn to communicate only such thoughts as you wish to see realized to your subconscious mind, for it is exceedingly amenable to suggestion. Suffice it now to say that your subconscious mind is exceedingly wise and powerful, that it knows many things that is not in books. When properly used, it has infallible judgment, unfailing power. It never sleeps, never tires. Your conscious mind may slumber. It may be rendered impotent by anesthetics or a sudden blow. But your subconscious mind works on keeping your heart and lungs, your arteries and glands ever on the job. Under ordinary conditions, it attends faithfully to its duties and leaves your conscious mind to direct the outer life of the body. But let the conscious mind meet some situation with which it is unable to cope, and if it will only call upon the subconscious, that powerful genie will respond immediately to its need. You have heard of people who had been through great danger tell how, when death stared them in the face and there seemed nothing they could do, things went black before them, and when they came to, the danger was past. In the moment of need, their subconscious mind pushed the conscious out of the way, the while it met and overcame the danger. Impelled by the subconscious mind, their bodies could do things absolutely impossible to their ordinary conscious selves. For the power of the subconscious mind is unlimited. Whatever of good you may desire, it can bring to you. Have you ever dug up a potato vine and seen the potatoes clustering underneath? How much of intelligence do you suppose one of these potatoes has? Can it figure out how to gather carbon gas from the atmosphere, water, and all the necessary kinds of nutriment from the earth round about to manufacture into sugar and starch and alcohol? No chemist can do it. How do you suppose the potato knows? Of course it doesn't. It has no sense. Yet it does all these things. Just old Mother Nature, you'll say. But old Mother Nature must have a remarkable intelligence if she can figure out all these things that no human scientist has ever been able to figure. There must be an all-pervading intelligence behind Mother Nature, the intelligence that first brought life to this planet, the intelligence that evolved every form of plant and animal, that holds the winds in its grasp, that is all-wise, all-powerful. The potato is but one small manifestation of this intelligence. The various forms of plant life, of animals, of man, all are mere cogs in the great scheme of things. But with this difference, that man is an active part of this universal mind, that he partakes of its creative wisdom and power, and that by working in harmony with universal mind, he can do anything, have anything, be anything. There is within you, within everyone, this mighty resistless force with which you can perform undertakings that will dazzle your reason, stagger your imagination. There constantly resides within you a mind that is all-wise, all-powerful, a mind that is intelligent entirely apart from the mind which you consciously use in your everyday affairs, yet which is one with it. Your subconscious mind partakes of this wisdom and power, and it is through your subconscious mind that you can draw upon it in the attainment of anything you may desire. When you can intelligently reach your subconscious mind, you can be in communication with the universal mind. Remember this: the universal mind is omnipotent. And since the subconscious mind is part of the universal mind, there is no limit to the things which it can do when it is given the power to act. Given any desire that is in harmony with the universal mind, and you have but to hold that desire in your thought to attract from the invisible domain the things you need to satisfy it. For mind does its building solely by the power of thought. Its creations take form according to its thought. Its first requisite is a mental image, and your desire held with unswerving purpose will form that mental image. An understanding of this principle explains the power of prayer. The results of prayer are not brought about by some special dispensation of providence, but when you pray earnestly, you form a mental image of the thing that you desire, and you hold it strongly in your thought. Then, the universal intelligence, which is your intelligence, omnipotent mind, begins to work with and for you, and this is what brings about the manifestation that you desire. The universal mind is all around you. It is as all-pervading as the air you breathe. It encompasses you with as little trouble as the water in the sea encompasses the fish. Yet it is just as thoroughly conscious of you as the water would be were it intelligent of every creature within it. It seems hard to believe that a mind busied with the immensities of the universe can consider such trivial affairs as our own, when we are but one of the billions of forms of life which come into existence. Yet consider again the fish in the sea. It is no trouble for the sea to encompass them. It is no more trouble for the universal mind to encompass us. Its power, its thought, is as much at our disposal as the sunshine and the wind and the rain. Few of us take advantage to the full of these great forces. Fewer still take advantage of the power of the universal mind. If you have any lack, if you are prey to poverty or disease, it is because you do not believe or do not understand the power that is yours. It is not a question of the universal giving to you. It offers everything to everyone. There is no partiality. With all thy getting, get understanding, said Solomon. And if you will but get understanding, everything else will be added unto you. To bring you to a realization of your indwelling and unused power, to teach you simple, direct methods of drawing upon it, is the beginning and the end of this course. Chapter 3. The Primal Cause. This city, with all its houses, palaces, steam engines, cathedrals, and huge immeasurable traffic and tumult, what is it but a thought? But millions of thoughts made into one, a huge immeasurable spirit of a thought, embodied in brick, in iron, smoke, dust, palaces, parliaments, coaches, docks, and the rest of it. Not a brick was made, but some man had to think of the making of that brick. The base of support is that all started with mind. In the beginning was nothing, a fire mist. Before anything could come of it, there had to be an idea, a model on which to build. Universal mind supplied that idea, that model, Therefore, the primal cause is mind. Everything must start with an idea. Every event, every condition, everything is first an idea in the mind of someone. Before you start to build a house, you draw up a plan of it. You make an exact blueprint of that plan, and your house takes shape in accordance with your blueprint. Every material object takes form in the same way. Mind draws the plan. Thought forms the blueprint, well drawn or badly done, as your thoughts are clear or vague. It all goes back to the one cause. The creative principle of the universe is mind, and thought is the eternal energy. But just as the effect you get from electricity depends upon the mechanism to which the power is attached, so the effects you get from mind depend upon the way you use it. We are all of us dynamos. The power is there, unlimited power. But we have got to connect it up to something, set it some task, give it work to do, else are we no better off than the animals. The 7 wonders of the world was built by men with few of the opportunities or facilities that are available to you. They conceived these gigantic projects first in their own minds, pictured them so vividly that their subconscious minds came to their aid and enabled them to overcome obstacles that most of us would regard as insurmountable. Mind is creative, but it must have a model on which to work. It must have thoughts to supply the power. Every condition, every experience of life is the result of our mental attitude. We can do only what we think we can do. We can be only what we think we can be. We can have only what we think we can have. What we do, what we are, what we have, all depend upon what we think. We can never express anything that we do not first have in mind. The secret of all power, all success, all riches is in first thinking powerful thoughts, successful thoughts, and thoughts of wealth, of supply. We must build them in our own mind first. William James, the famous psychologist, said that the greatest discovery in 100 years was the discovery of the power of the subconscious mind. It is the greatest discovery of all time. It is the discovery that man has within himself the power to control his surroundings, that he is not at the mercy of chance or luck, that he is the arbiter of his own fortunes, that he can carve out his own destiny. He is the master of all the forces round about him, for matter is in the ultimate but a product of thought. Even the most material scientists admit that matter is not what it appears to be. Until recently, these atoms were supposed to be the ultimate theory regarding matter. We ourselves and all the material world around us were supposed to consist of these infinitesimal particles of matter, so small that they could not be seen or weighed or smelled or touched individually, but still particles of matter and indestructible. Now, however, these atoms have been further analyzed, and physics tells us that they are not indestructible at all, that they are mere positive and negative buttons of force or energy called protons and electrons, without hardness, without density, without solidity, without even positive actuality. In short, they are vortices in the ether, whirling bits of energy, dynamic, never static and pulsating with life. But the life is spiritual. Matter is really nothing but electricity. From these protons and electrons, all of the chemical elements are built up. Iron and lead and oxygen and gold and all the others differ from one another merely in the number and arrangement of the electrons and protons which they contain. Modern science is coming more and more to the belief that what we call matter is a force subject wholly to the control of mind. How tenuous matter really is perhaps best illustrated by the fact that a single violin string, tuned to the proper pitch, could start a vibration that would shake down the Brooklyn Bridge. Oceans and mountains, rocks and iron, all can be reduced to a point little short of the purely spiritual. Your body is 85% water, 15% ash and phosphorus, and they in turn can be dissipated into gas and vapor. Where do we go from there? Is not the answer that, to a great degree at least, and perhaps altogether, this world round about us is one of our mind's own creating, and that we can put into it and get from it pretty much what we wish? A panorama is spread before you. To you, it is a beautiful picture. To another, it appears a mere collection of rocks and trees. The world is to each one of us the world of his individual perceptions. In short, it all comes back to the old fable of the 3 blind men and the elephant. To the one who caught hold of his leg, the elephant was like a tree. To the one who felt of his side, the elephant was like a wall. To the one who seized his tail, the elephant was like a rope. The world is to each one of us the world of his individual perceptions. You are like a radio receiving station. Every moment thousands of impressions are reaching you. You can tune in on whatever ones you like, on joy or sorrow, on success or failure, on optimism or fear. Yours is the choice. You have within you a force against which the whole world is powerless. By using it, you can make what you will of life and of your surroundings. But, you will say, objects themselves do not change. It is merely the difference in the way you look at them. Perhaps. But, to a great extent at least, we find what we look for, just as, when we turn the dial on the radio, we tune in on whatever kind of entertainment or instruction we may wish to hear. And who can say that it is not our thoughts that put it there? Who, for the matter of that, can prove that our surroundings in waking hours are not as much the creature of our minds as are our dreams? You have had dreams many a time where every object seemed just as real as when you were awake. You have felt of the objects. You have pinched yourself. Yet still you were convinced that you were actually living those dreams. May not your waking existence be largely the creation of your own mind, just as your dream pictures are? Many scientists believe that in proportion as you try to put into your surroundings the good things you desire rather than the evil ones you fear, you will find those good things. Just as the most powerful forces in nature are the invisible ones, heat, light, air, electricity, so the most powerful forces of man are his invisible forces, his thought forces. And just as electricity can fuse stone and iron, so can your thought forces control your body, So can they make or mar your destiny. There was once a shrewd necromancer who told a king that he had discovered a way to make gold out of sand. Naturally, the king was interested and offered him great rewards for his secret. The necromancer explained his process. It seemed quite easy, except for one thing. Not once during the operation must the king think of the word abracadabra. If he did, the charm was broken, and the gold would not come. The king tried and tried to follow the directions, but he could not keep that word out of his mind, and he never made the gold. From childhood on, we are assured on every hand, by scientists, by philosophers, by our religious teachers, that ours is the earth and the fullness thereof. Beginning with the first chapter of Genesis, we are told that God gave man dominion over all the earth. All through the Old and the New Testament, we are repeatedly adjured to use these God-given powers. We hear all this. Perhaps we even think we believe, but always when the time comes to use these God-given talents, there is the doubt in our heart. To be ambitious for wealth and yet always expecting to be poor, to be always doubting your ability to get what you long for, is like trying to reach east by traveling west. No matter how hard you may work for success, if your thought is saturated with the fear of failure, it will kill your efforts, neutralize your endeavors, and make success impossible. Prayer is not a mere asking of favors. Rather, prayer is a realization of the God power within you, of your right of dominion over your own body, your environment, your business, your health, your prosperity. It is an understanding that you have all power for good, and good means not merely holiness. Good means happiness, the happiness of everyday people. Good means everything that is good in this world of ours. Comforts and pleasures and prosperity for us, health and happiness for those dependent upon us. What was it made Napoleon the greatest conqueror of his day? Primarily, his magnificent faith in Napoleon. He had a sublime belief in his destiny, an absolute confidence that the obstacle was not made which Napoleon could not find a way through or over or around. It was only when he lost that confidence, when he hesitated and vacillated for weeks between retreat and advance, that winter caught him in Moscow and ended his dreams of world empire. It was his loss of faith in himself. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Heaven is right here, here and now. When Christ said that heaven was within us, he meant that the power for happiness, for good, for everything we need of life, is within each one of us. To enjoy the heaven that is within us takes only a fuller understanding of the power that is within us. For the world without is but a reflection of that world within. Your thought creates the conditions your mind images. Keep before your mind's eye the image of all you want to be, and you will see it reflected in the world without. Think abundance, feel abundance, believe abundance, and you will find that as you think and feel and believe, abundance will manifest itself in your daily life. But let fear and worry be your mental companions. Thoughts of poverty and limitation dwell in your mind, and worry and fear, limitation and poverty will be your constant companions day and night. Your mental concept is all that matters. Its relation to matter is that of idea and form. there has got to be an idea before it can take form. The impressions that enter the subconscious form indelible pictures, which are never forgotten, and whose power can change the body, mind, manner, and morals, can in fact revolutionize a personality. All during our waking hours, the conscious mind, through the five senses, acts as constant feeder to the subconscious. Therefore, it is most important that we know and realize definitely and explicitly that every time we think a thought or feel an emotion, we are adding to the content of this powerful mind, good or bad. Life will be richer or poorer for the thoughts and deeds of today. Your thoughts supply you with limitless energy, which will take whatever form your mind demands. The thoughts are the mold which crystallizes this energy into good or ill, according to the form you impress upon it. You are free to choose which, but whichever you choose, the result is sure. Thoughts of wealth, of power, of success can bring only results commensurate with your idea of them. Thoughts of poverty and lack can bring only limitation and trouble. In the ages to come, man will look back upon the poverty and wretchedness of so many millions today and think how foolish we were not to take advantage of the abundance all about us. Look at nature, how profuse she is in everything. There are hundreds of millions of stars in the heavens. Do you suppose the mind, which could bring into being worlds without number, in such prodigality, intended to stint you of the few things necessary to your happiness? What is money but a mere idea of mind, a token of exchange? The paper money you have in your pockets is supposed to represent so much gold or silver currency. There are billions upon billions of this paper money in circulation, yet all the gold in the world amounts to only about $8 billion. Wealth is in ideas, not in money or property. You can control those ideas through mind. Take, as an example, the science of numbers. Suppose all numbers were of metal, that it was against the law to write figures for ourselves. Every time you wanted to do a sum in arithmetic, you would have to provide yourself with a supply of numbers, arrange them in their proper order, work out your problems with them. If your problems were too abstruse, you might run out of numbers. How ridiculous, you say. Figures are not things, they are mere ideas, and we can add them, or divide them, or multiply them, or subtract them as often as we like. Anybody can have all the figures he wants. To be sure, he can. And when you get to look upon money in the same way, you will have all the money you want. To him that hath the right idea, everything shall be given. And from him who hath not that right idea shall be taken away everything he hath. Thought externalizes itself. What we are depends entirely upon the images we hold before our mind's eye. Every time we think, we start a chain of causes, which will create conditions similar to the thoughts which originated it. All power is from within and is therefore under our own control. Do you want more money? Sit you down now quietly and realize that money is merely an idea, that your mind is possessed of unlimited ideas, that being part of universal mind, there is no such thing as limitation or lack, that somewhere, somehow, the ideas that shall bring you all the money you need for any right purpose are available for you. For the source of all good, of everything you wish for, is the universal mind, and you can reach it only through the subconscious. When a man realizes that his mind is part of universal mind, he loses all sense of worry and fear. For if you take a drop of water from the ocean, you know that it has the same properties as all the rest of the water in the ocean. It is the same with your mind and universal mind. Your mind has the same properties as the universal mind, the same creative genius, the same power over all the earth. Know this, believe it, use it, and yours is the earth and the fullness thereof. All growth, all supply is from the world within. If you would have power, if you would have wealth, you have but to image it on this world within, on your subconscious mind, through belief and understanding. The inner world promises us life and health, prosperity and happiness, dominion over all the earth. If you would remove discord, you have but to remove the wrong images, images of ill health, of worry and trouble from within. The trouble with most of us is that we live entirely in the world without. We have no knowledge of that inner world which is responsible for all the conditions we meet and all the experiences we have. We have no conception of the Father that is within us. Thought is a dynamic energy with the power to bring its object out from the invisible substance all about us. Matter is inert, unintelligent. Thought can shape and control. You have a mind. You can originate thought. And thoughts are creative. Therefore, you can create for yourself that which you desire. The new idea, the basis of all democracies, is that man is not bound by any system, that he need not accept the world as he finds it. He can remake the world to his own ideas. It is merely the raw material. He can make what he wills of it. Learn to control your thought. Learn to image upon your mind only the things you want to see reflected there. You will never improve yourself by dwelling upon the drawbacks of your neighbors. You have got to think strength, think health, think riches or achievements today are but the sum of our thoughts of yesterday. For thought is energy. Mental images are concentrated energy, and energies concentrated on any definite purpose becomes power. What is imagination but a form of thought? Yet it is the instrument by which all the inventors and discoverers have opened the way to new worlds. Our railroads, our telephones, our automobiles, our libraries, our newspapers, our thousands of other conveniences, comforts, and necessities are due to the creative genius of but 2% of our population. And the same 2% own a great percentage of the wealth of the country. The question arises, who are they? What are they? The sons of the rich? College men? No, few of them had any early advantages. Many of them have never seen the inside of a college. It was grim necessity that drove them, and somehow, some way, they found a method of drawing upon their genie of the mind, and through that inner force, they have reached success. You do not need to stumble and grope. You can call upon your inner forces at will. There are 3 steps necessary. First, to realize that you have the power. Second, to know what you want. Third, to center your thought upon it with singleness of purpose. To accomplish these steps takes only a fuller understanding of the power that is within you. If you have begun to realize that there is a power within you, if you have begun to arouse in your conscious mind the ambition and desire to use this power, You have started in the pathway of wisdom. If you are willing to go forward, to endure the mental discipline of mastering this method, nothing in the world can hinder you or keep you from overcoming every obstacle. Begin at once today to use what you have learned. All growth comes from practice. So let us make use of this dynamo, which is you. What is going to start it working? Your faith. The faith that is begotten of understanding. Faith is the impulsion, the propulsion of this power within. Faith is the confidence, the assurance, the enforcing truth. The knowing that the right idea of life will bring you into the reality of existence and the manifestation of the all-power. All causes in mind, and mind is everywhere. Your mind is part of it. You have access to it. If you fail to avail yourself of it, you have no one to blame but yourself. Yours is the earth and everything that is in it, but you have got to take it. The power is there, but you must use it. It is round about you like the air you breathe. So start today by knowing that you can do anything you wish to do, have anything you wish to have, be anything you wish to be. The rest will follow. Ye shall ask what ye will, and it shall be done unto you. Chapter 4. Desire, the first law of gain. If you had a fairy wishing ring, what one thing would you wish for? Whatever you desire wholeheartedly, with singleness of purpose, you can have. But the first and all-important essential is to know what this one thing is. Before you can win your heart's desire, you have got to get clearly fixed in your mind's eye what it is that you want. It may sound paradoxical, but few people do know what they want. Most of them struggle along in a vague sort of way, hoping for something to turn up. They are so taken up with the struggle that they have forgotten, if they ever knew, what it is they are struggling for. You have got to know what you want before you stand much chance of getting it. You have an unfailing messenger in that genie of your mind, but you have got to formulate the message. Aladdin would have stood a poor chance of getting anything from his genie if he had not had clearly in mind the things he wanted the genie to get. In the realm of mind, the realm in which is all practical power, you can possess what you want at once. You have but to claim it, to visualize it, to bring it into actuality, and it is yours for the taking. For the genie of your mind can give you power over circumstances, health, happiness, and prosperity. And all you need to put it to work is an earnest, intense desire. You're infected with that divine dissatisfaction with things as they are, which has been responsible for all the great accomplishments of this world. Your heart is hungering for something better. You're tired of the worry and grind, tired of the deadly dull routine and daily tasks that lead nowhere. Always there is something within you urging you on to bigger things, giving you no peace, no rest, no chance to be lazy. This something within you keeps telling you that you can do anything you want to do, be anything you want to be, have anything you want to have. That something within you is your subconscious self. You're part of universal mind, your genie of the brain. Men call it ambition, and lucky is the man whom the demon of ambition harnesses and drives through life. Suppose you have had disappointments, disillusionments along the way. Suppose the fine point of your ambition has become blunted. Remember, There is no obstacle that there is not some way around or over or through. And if you will depend less upon the 10% of your abilities that reside in your conscious mind and leave more to the 90% that constitutes your subconscious, you can overcome all obstacles. There is no condition so hopeless, no life so far gone, that mind cannot redeem it. Every untoward condition is merely a lack of something. Darkness is not real. It is merely a lack of light. Turn on the light, and the darkness will be seen to be nothing. In the same way, poverty is simply a lack of necessary supply. Find the avenue of supply, and your poverty vanishes. So, there is nothing you have to overcome. You merely have to acquire something, and always mind can show you the way. You can obtain from mind anything you want, if you will learn how to do it. It is not will, but desire that rules the world. But you will say, I have had plenty of desires all my life. I have always wanted to be rich. How do you account for the difference between my wealth and position and power and that of the rich men all around me? The answer is simply that you have never focused your desires into one great dominating desire. You have a host of mild desires. The wishes are so many and varied that they conflict with each other and you get nowhere in particular. You lack one intense desire to the accomplishment of which you are willing to subordinate everything else. Do you know how Napoleon so frequently won battles in the face of a numerically superior foe? By concentrating his men at the actual point of contact. His artillery was often greatly outnumbered, but it accomplished far more than the enemy's because instead of scattering his fire, he concentrated it all on the point of attack. The time you put in aimlessly dreaming and wishing would accomplish marvels if it were concentrated on one definite object. It is the same way with your mind. You have got to concentrate on one idea at a time. But how can I learn to concentrate? Concentration is not a thing to be learned. It is merely a thing to do. You concentrate whenever you become sufficiently interested in anything. Get so interested in a ball game that you jump up and down on your hat. Embrace your nearest neighbor. That is concentration. And that is all concentration ever is. Getting so interested in some one thing that you pay no attention to anything else that is going on around you. If you want a thing badly enough, you need have no worry about your ability to concentrate on it. Hold in your mind the thing you most desire. Affirm it. Believe it to be an existing fact. Let me quote again the words of the Master, because there is nothing more important to remember in this whole book. Therefore I say unto you, what things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. Your subconscious mind is exceedingly amenable to suggestion. If you can truly believe that you have received something, can impress that belief upon your subconscious mind, depend upon it, it will see that you have it. For being a part of Universal Mind, it shares that Universal Mind's all power. Your mind will respond to your desire in the exact proportion in which you believe. Most men just jog along in a rut, going through the same old routine day after day, eking out a bare livelihood with no definite desire other than the vague hope that fortune will someday drop in their lap. Fortune doesn't often play such pranks, and a rut differs from a grave only in depth. You can have anything you want if you want it badly enough. You can be anything you want to be, have anything you desire, accomplish anything you set out to accomplish if you will hold to that with singleness of purpose, if you will understand and believe in your own powers to accomplish. What is it that you wish in life? Is it health? Your body rebuilds itself entirely every 11 months. You can start now rebuilding along perfect lines. Is it wealth you wish? You can increase your income. Is it happiness you ask for? Follow the rules herein laid down, and you will change your whole outlook on life. Doubts and uncertainty will vanish, to be followed by calm assurance and abiding peace. But desire must be impressed upon the subconscious before it can be accomplished. Merely conscious desire seldom gets you anything. It is like the daydreams that pass through your mind. Your desire must be visualized, must be persisted in, must be concentrated upon, and must be impressed upon your subconscious mind. Don't bother about the means for accomplishing your desire. You can safely leave that to your subconscious mind. It knows how to do a great many things besides building and repairing your body. If you can visualize the thing you want, if you can impress upon your subconscious mind the belief that you have it, you can safely leave to it the finding of the means of getting it. Trust the universal mind to show the way. You do not have to wait until tomorrow or next year or the next world for happiness. You do not have to die to be saved. The kingdom of heaven is within you. It means here and now. All the possibilities of happiness are always here and always available. At the open door of every man's life, there lies this pearl of great price, the understanding of man's dominion over the earth. With that understanding and conviction, you can do everything which lies before you to do. Find your desire, impress it upon your thought, and you have opened the door for opportunity. And remember, in this new heaven and new earth, the door of opportunity is never closed. As a matter of fact, you constantly have all that you will take, so keep yourself in a state of receptivity. It is your business to receive abundantly and perpetually. Believe that you share in that goodness and bounty. Act the part you wish to play in this life. Act healthy, act prosperous, and act happy. Make such a showing with what you have that you will carry the conviction to your subconscious mind that all good and perfect gifts are yours. Register health, prosperity, and happiness on your inner mind, and some fine morning, soon you will wake to find that you are healthy, prosperous, and happy, that you have your dearest wish in life. Do you know what prayer is? Just an earnest desire that we take to God, to universal mind, for fulfillment. Prayer is the soul's sincere desire, uttered or unexpressed. At least, the only prayer that is worth anything is the prayer that asks for our real desires. That kind of prayer is heard. That kind of prayer is answered. Mere lip prayers get you nowhere. The thing that counts is what your heart desires, what your mind images on your subconscious thought, and through it on universal mind. Go where you can be alone, where you can concentrate your thoughts on your one innermost sincere desire, where you can impress that desire upon your subconscious mind without distraction, and so reach the universal mind. But even sincere desire is not enough by itself. There must be belief, too. What things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. You must realize God's ability to give you every good thing. You must believe in His readiness to do it. Model your thoughts after the psalmists of old. They first asked for that which they wanted, then killed all doubts and fears by affirming God's power and His willingness to grant their prayers. So, when you pray, ask for the things that you want. Then affirm God's readiness and His power to grant your prayer. Make no mistake about this. Prayer is effective. It can do anything. It doesn't matter how trivial your desires may be. If it is right for you to have them, it is right for you to pray for them. But remember, you would not plant a valuable seed in your garden and then, a day or a week later, go out and dig it up to see if it were sprouting. On the contrary, you would nourish it each morning with water. It is the same with your prayers. Don't plant the seed of your desire in your subconscious mind and then go out the next morning and tear it up with doubts and fears. Nourish it by holding in a thought the thing you desire, by believing in it, visualizing it, seeing it as an accomplished fact. If you ask for my own formula for successful prayer, I would say first, center your thoughts on the thing that you want. Visualize it. Make a mental image of it. You are planting the seed of desire, but don't be content with that. It must be warmed by faith, nurtured by constant belief. Second, read the 91st and the 23rd Psalms, just as a reminder of God's power and His readiness to help you in all your needs. Third, don't forget to be thankful, not merely for past favors, but for the granting of this favor you are now asking. Fourth, believe. Picture the thing that you want so clearly. See it in your imagination so vividly that for the moment, at least, you will actually believe that you have it. It is this sincere conviction registered upon your subconscious mind and through it upon universal mind that brings the answer to your prayers. Once convince your subconscious mind that you have the thing you want, and you can forget it and go on to your next problem. Mind will attend to the bringing of it into being. Chapter 5. Aladdin and Company. It is not always the man who struggles hardest who gets on in the world. It is the direction, as well as the energy of struggle, that counts in making progress. To get ahead, you must swim with the tide. Men prosper and succeed who work in accord with natural forces. A given amount of effort with these forces carries a man faster and farther than much more effort used against the current. It has been estimated by wise observers that on the average, something like 90% of the factors producing success or failure lie outside a man's conscious efforts, separate from his daily round of details. To the extent that he cooperates with the wisdom and power of universal mind, he is successful, well, and happy. We know that the only limit to this infinite good is in our capacity to receive. If you had a problem in mathematics to work out, you would know that while the method for solving every problem has been figured out, you have got to work it. The principles are there, but you have got to apply them. In the same way, the principle of infinite supply is ever available, but that supply is static. You've got to make it dynamic. You've got to understand the law. You've got to apply your understanding in order to solve your problems of poverty, discord, and disease. Only by understanding that there is but one power, and that this power is mind, not circumstances or environment, is it possible to bring your real abilities to the surface and put them to work. Few deny that intelligence governs the universe. It matters not whether you call this intelligence universal mind, or providence, or God, or merely nature. But few realize that our own minds are a part of this universal mind in just the same way that the rays of the sun are part of the sun. If we will work in harmony with it, we can draw upon universal mind for all power, all intelligence, in the same way that the sun's rays draw upon their source for the heat and light they bring the earth. It is not enough to know that you have this power. You must put it into practice, not once or twice, but every hour and every day. Don't be discouraged if at first it doesn't always work. When you first studied arithmetic, your problems did not always work out correctly. You knew that the fault was with your methods, not with the principle. It is the same in this. Correctly used, it can do anything. All will agree that the mind, which first brought the life principle to this earth, is all powerful. All will agree that to solve any problem, to meet any need, mind has but to realize the need, and it will be met. What most of us do not understand or realize is that we ourselves, being part of universal mind, have this same power. Just as the drop of water from the ocean has all the properties of the great bulk of the water in the ocean, and having the power, we have only to realize it and use it to get from life any good we may desire. In the beginning, all was void, space, nothingness. How did universal mind construct the planets, the earth, and all things on it from this formless void? By first making a mental image on which to build. That is what you too must do. You control your destiny, your fortune, your happiness, to the exact extent to which you can think them out, visualize them, see them, and allow no vagrant thought of fear or worry to mar their completion. The quality of your thought is the measure of your power. The connecting link between your conscious mind and the universal is thought, and every thought that is in harmony with progress and good can penetrate to universal mind. And penetrating to it, it comes back with the power of universal mind to accomplish it. You don't need to originate the ways and means. The universal mind knows how to bring about any necessary results. When your human judgment is unable to decide what that one right way is, turn to universal mind for guidance. You need never fear the outcome, for if you heed its advice, you cannot go wrong. Always remember, your mind is but a conductor, good or poor as you make it, for the power of universal mind. And thought is the connecting energy. Use that conductor, and you will improve its conductivity. Demand much, and you will receive the more. That is the law of life, and the destiny of man lies not in poverty and hardship, but in living up to his highest state in unity with universal mind, with the power that governs the universe. To look upon poverty and sickness as sent by God, and therefore inevitable, is the way of the weakling. God never sent us anything but good. Sickness and poverty are not of his making. They are not evidences of virtue, but of weakness. Yes, God gave us everything in abundance, and he expects us to manifest that abundance. Man's principal business in life, as I see it, is to establish a contact with universal mind. It is to acquire an understanding of this power that is in him. When you become conscious, even to a limited degree, of your oneness with the universal mind, your ability to call upon it at will for anything you may need, it makes a different man of you. Gone are the fears, gone are the worries. The toil and worry, the wearisome grind, and the back-breaking work will go in the future as in the past to those who will not use their minds. The less they use them, the more they will sweat, and the more they work only from the neck down, the less they will be paid, and the more hopeless their lot will become. It is mind that rules the world. But to use your mind to the best advantage doesn't mean to toil along with the mere conscious part of it. It means hitching up your conscious mind with the man inside you, with the little mental brownies, as Robert Louis Stevenson called them, and then working together for a definite end. My brownies, God bless them, said Stevenson, who do one half of my work for me when I am fast asleep, and in all human likelihood do the rest for me as well when I am wide awake and foolishly suppose that I do it myself. For 2 days I went about racking my brains for a plot of any sort, and on the second night I dreamt the scene in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde at the window. Every man who has problems to solve has had like experiences. You know how, after you have studied a problem from all angles, it sometimes seems worse jumbled than when you started on it. Leave it then for a while, forget it, and when you go back to it, you find your thoughts clarified, the line of reasoning worked out, your problem solved for you. It is your little mental brownies who have done the work for you. The flash of genius does not originate in your own brain. Through intense concentration, you've established a circuit through your subconscious mind with the universal, and it is from it that the inspiration comes. All genius, all progress is from the same source. It lies with you merely to learn how to establish this circuit at will, so that you can call upon it at need. It can be done. In the inner consciousness of each of us, there are forces which act much the same as would countless tiny mental brownies or helpers who are anxious and willing to assist us in our mental work. We find that we cannot recollect some desired fact, and instead of racking our brains with an increased effort, we pass on the matter to the inner consciousness with a silent command. Recollect this name for me, and then go on with our ordinary work. After a few minutes, or it may be hours, all of a sudden, pop, will come the missing name before us. There are many ways of setting the brownies to work. Perhaps the best way is to get a clear mental image of the question you wish answered. Pass it on to your subconscious mentality with the mental command. Attend to this for me, work out the answer. Speak to the subconscious mentality just as you would speak to persons in your employ. Firmly command them to do your work. And then forget all about the matter, throw it off your conscious mind, and attend to your other tasks. Then, in due time will come your answer, flashed into your consciousness. The way to contact with your subconscious mind, the way to get the help of the man inside you in working out any problem is, first, fill your mind with every bit of information regarding that problem that you can lay your hands on. Second, pick out a chair or a lounger bed where you can recline in perfect comfort, where you can forget your body entirely. Third, let your mind dwell upon the problem for a moment, not worrying, not fretting, but placidly. And then turn it over to the man inside you as seek you. Say to him that this is his problem, that he can do anything, that he knows the answer to everything, and to work this out for you. And utterly relax. Drop off to sleep if you can. Summon your genie, give him your orders, then forget the matter, secure in the knowledge that he will attend to it for you. When you waken, you will have the answer. For whatever thought, whatever problem you can get across to your subconscious mind at the moment of dropping off to sleep, that man inside you, that genie of your mind, will work out for you. Of course, not everyone can succeed in getting the right thought across to the subconscious at the first or the second attempt. It requires understanding and faith. But keep on trying and you will do it. And when you do, the results are sure. If it is something that you want, visualize it first in your mind's eye. See it in every possible detail. See yourself going through every move it will be necessary for you to go through when your wish comes into being. Build up a complete story step by step, just as though you were acting it all out. Then relax. Go on to sleep if you can. Give the man inside you a chance to work out the consummation of your wish without interference. When you waken, hold it all pleasurably in thought again for a few moments. Don't let doubts and fears creep in, but go ahead confidently, knowing that your wish is working itself out. Know this, believe it, and if there is nothing harmful in it, it will work out. For somewhere in universal mind, there exists the correct solution of every problem. It matters not how stupendous and complicated, nor how simple a problem may appear to be. There always exists the right solution in universal mind, whatever it is necessary for you to know, whatever it is necessary for you to do. You can know and you can do, if you will, but seek the help of universal mind and be governed by its suggestions. Try this method every night for a little while, and the problem does not exist that you cannot solve. Chapter 6. See yourself doing it. You've often heard it said that a man is worth $2 a day from the neck down. How much he's worth from the neck up depends upon how much he is able to see. Without vision, the people perish did not refer to good eyesight. It was the eyes of the mind that counted in days of old, just as they do today. Without them, you are just so much power on the hoof, to be driven as a horse or an ox is driven, and you are worth only a little more than they. But given vision, imagination, the ability to visualize conditions and things a month or a year ahead, given the eyes of the mind, there's no limit to your value or to your capabilities. From the beginning of time, nothing has ever taken on material shape without first being visualized in mind. The only difference between the sculptor and the mason is in the mental image behind their work. Conceiving ideas, creating something, is what pays. In sculpture, as in all else, mere handwork is worth only hand wages. The imagination, says Glenn Clark, in the soul's sincere desire, is of all qualities in man the most godlike, that which associates him most closely with God. The first mention we read of man in the Bible is where he is spoken of as an image. Let us make man in our image, after our likeness. The only place where an image can be conceived is in the imagination. Thus, man, the highest creation of God, was a creation of God's imagination. There is a very real law of cause and effect, which makes the dream of the dreamer come true. It is the law of visualization, the law that calls into being in this outer material world everything that is real in the inner world. Imagination pictures the thing you desire. Vision idealizes it. It reaches beyond the thing that is into the conception of what can be. Imagination gives you the picture. Vision gives you the impulse to make the picture your own. Make your mental image clear enough. Picture it vividly in every detail, and the genie of your mind will speedily bring it into being as an everyday reality. Suppose there's a position you want, the general managership of your company. See yourself just as you are now, sitting in the general manager's chair. See your name on his door. See yourself handling his affairs as you would handle them. Get that picture impressed upon your subconscious mind. See it. Believe it. The genie of your mind will find the way to make it come true. The keynote of successful visualization is this: see things as you would have them be instead of as they are. Close your eyes and make clear mental pictures. Make them look and act just as they would in real life. In short, daydream. But daydream with a purpose. Concentrate on the one idea to the exclusion of all others, and continue to concentrate on that one idea until it has been accomplished. Remember that the only limit to your capabilities is the one you place upon them. There is no law of limitation. The only law is of supply. Through your subconscious mind, you can draw upon universal supply for anything you wish. The ideas of universal mind are as countless as the sands on the seashore. Use them lavishly, just as they are given. Aim high. If you miss the moon, you may hit a star. Everyone admits that this world and all the vast firmament must have been thought into shape from the formless void by some universal mind. That same universal mind rules today, and it has given to each form of life power to attract to itself whatever it needs for its perfect growth. You are an intelligent, reasoning creature. Your mind is part of universal mind, and you have power to say what you require for perfect growth. Don't sell yourself for a penny. Whatever price you set upon yourself, life will give. So aim high. Demand much. Make a clear, distinct mental image of what it is you want. Hold it in your thought. Visualize it. See it and believe it. The ways and means of satisfying that desire will follow, for supply always comes on the heels of demand. It is by doing this that you take your fate out of the hands of chance. It is in this way that you control the experiences you are to have in life. But be sure to visualize only what you want. The law works both ways. If you visualize your worries and your whirs, you will make them real. Control your thought, and you will control circumstances. Conditions will be what you make them. Philip of Macedon, Alexander's father, perfected the phalanx, a triangular formation which enabled him to center the whole weight of his attack on one point in the opposing line. It drove through everything opposed to it. In that day and age, it was invincible. And the idea is just as invincible today. Keep the one thought in mind. See it being carried out step by step, and you can knit any group of workers into one homogeneous whole, all centered on the one idea. You can accomplish any one thing. You can put across any definite idea. Keep that mental picture ever in mind, and you will make it as invincible as was Alexander's phalanx of old. The error of the cadence is the tendency mankind has always shown to limit the power of mind or its willingness to help in time of need. Know ye not, said Paul, that ye are the temples of the living God? We may know that we are temples of the living God. We may even be proud of that fact, but we never take advantage of it to dwell in that temple, to proclaim our dominion over things and conditions. We never avail ourselves of the power that is ours. The world has turned in vain to matter and materialistic philosophy for deliverance from its woes. In the future, the only march of actual progress will be in the mental realm, and this progress will not be in the way of human speculation and theorizing, but in the actual demonstration of the universal, infinite mind. The world stands today within the vestibule of the vast realm of divine intelligence, wherein is found the transcendent, practical power of mind over all things. Chapter 7. As a Man Thinketh. In our great-grandfather's day, when witches flew around by night and cast their spell upon all unlucky enough to cross them, men thought that the power of sickness or health, of good fortune or ill, resided outside himself or herself. We laugh today at such benighted superstition. But even in this day and age, there are few who realize that the things they see are but effects. Fewer still who have any idea of the causes by which those effects are brought about. Every human experience is an effect. You laugh, you weep, you joy, you sorrow, you suffer, or you are happy. Each of these is an effect, the cause of which can be easily traced, but all the experiences of life are not so easily traceable to their primary causes. We save money for our old age, and the bank breaks. We stay at home to avoid risk of accident and fall down the stairs. We drive slowly for fear of danger, and a speeding car knocks us into a ditch. What is the cause back of it all? If we can find it and control it, we can control the effect. We shall no longer then be the football of fate. There is but one answer. The world without is a reflection of the world within. We image thoughts of disaster upon our subconscious minds, and the genie of our mind finds ways of bringing them into effect. The mental image is what counts, be it for good or ill. It is a devastating or a beneficent force, just as we choose to make it. Material science today shows that matter has no natural eternal existence. The most we know about matter is that it is almost entirely space. It is as empty as the sky. Thought is the only force. Just as polarity controls the electron, gravitation the planets, tropism the plants and lower animals, just so thought controls the action and the environment of man. And thought is subject wholly to the control of mind. Its direction rests with us. The happenings that occur in the material world are in themselves neither cheerful nor sorrowful. Just as outside of the eye that observes them, colors are neither green nor red. It is our thoughts that make them so. And we can color those thoughts according to our own fancy. We can make the world without but a reflection of the world within. We can make matter a force subject entirely to the control of our mind, for matter is merely our wrong view of what universal mind sees rightly. We cannot change the past experience, but we can determine what the new ones shall be like. We can make the coming day just what we want it to be. We can be tomorrow what we think today. For the thoughts are causes, and the conditions are the effects. What is the reason for most failures in life? The fact that they first thought failure. They allowed competition, hard times, fear, and worry to undermine their confidence. The law of compensation is always at work. Man is not at the caprice of fate. He is his own fate. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. We are our own past thoughts, with the things that these thoughts have attracted to us added on. All about you is energy, electronic energy, exactly like that which makes up the solid objects you possess. The only difference is that the loose energy roundabout is unappropriated. You can think it into anything you wish, into gold or dross, into health or sickness, into strength or weakness, into success or failure. The understanding of that law will enable you to control every other law that exists. In it is to be found the panacea for all ills, the satisfaction of all want, all desire. Mortals are healthy or unhealthy, happy or unhappy, strong or weak, alive or dead, in the proportion that they think thoughts of health or illness, strength or weakness. Your body, like all other material things, manifests only what your mind entertains in belief. A man with an ugly disposition will have harsh, unlovely features. One with a gentle disposition will have a smiling and serene countenance. All the other organs of the human body are equally responsive to thought. Physicians declare that just as fear, irritability, and hate distort the features, they likewise distort the heart, stomach, and liver. Each of us makes his own world, and he makes it through mind. We can mold our surroundings and ourselves by resolutely directing our thoughts towards the goal we have in mind. Man alone has been able to free himself to a great extent from the control of natural forces through his understanding of the relation of cause and effect. And now, man is beginning to get a glimpse of the final freedom that shall be his from all material causes, when he shall acquire the complete understanding that mind is the only cause, and that effects are what he sees. If a pebble in our boot torments us, we take off the boot and shake it out. And once the matter is fairly understood, it is just as easy to expel an intruding and obnoxious thought from the mind. It should be as easy to expel an obnoxious thought from the mind as to shake a stone out of your shoe. And until a man can do that, it is just nonsense to talk about his ascendancy over nature. He is a mere slave and a prey to the bat-winged phantoms that flit through the corridors of his own brain. The power of expelling thoughts, or if need be, killing them dead on the spot, must be attained. When once acquired, there is no mystery or difficulty about it. It may be fairly said that life only begins when this art has been acquired. For obviously, when the whole flock of them in their immense multitude and variety and capacity is ours to direct and dispatch, life becomes a thing so vast and grand. There is no intelligence in matter, whether that matter be electronic energy, made up in the form of stone or iron or wood or flesh. It all consists of energy, the universal substance from which it forms all material things. Mind is the only intelligence. It alone is eternal. When we reach that understanding, we will no longer have cause for fear, because we will realize that universal mind is the creator of life only. Remember the old fairy story of how the sun was listening to a lot of earthly creatures talking of a very dark place they had found. The sun went and searched everywhere, but he could find not even a tiny dark spot. And he came back and told the earth creatures he did not believe there was any dark place. When the sun of understanding shines on all the dark spots in our lives, we will realize that there is no cause, no creator, no power, except good. Evil is not an entity, it is merely the absence of good, and there can be no ill effects without an evil cause. Since there is no evil cause, only good can have reality or power. If God or good is the only cause, then the only effect must be like the cause. Don't be content with passively reading this. Use it, practice it. Exercise is far more necessary to mental development than it is to physical. Practice the daily dozen of right thinking. Stretch your mind to realize how infinitely far it can reach out, what boundless vision it can have. Breathe out all of the old thoughts of sickness, discouragement, failure, worry, and fear. Breathe in deep, long breaths of unlimited health and strength, unlimited happiness and success. Practice looking forward, always looking forward to something better, better health, finer physique, greater happiness, bigger success. Take these mental breathing exercises every day. See how easily you will control your thoughts. Your mind will do that anyway, and the thoughts are constantly building, for good or ill. So be sure to exhale all the thoughts of fear and worry and disease and lack that have been troubling you, and inhale only those you want to see realized. Chapter 8. The Law of Supply. Have you ever run a race or worked at utmost capacity for a protracted period or swum a great distance? Remember how soon after starting you began to feel tired? But remember, too, how when you kept on going, you got your second wind, your tiredness vanished, your muscles throbbed with energy. You felt literally charged with speed and endurance. Stored in every human being are great reserves of energy of which the average individual knows nothing. Most people are like a man who drives a car in low gear, not knowing that by the simple shift of a lever, he can set it in high and not merely speed up the car, but do it with far less expenditure of power. The law of the universe is the law of supply. You see it on every hand. Nature is lavish in everything she does. Look at the heavens at night. There are millions of stars there, millions of worlds, millions of suns among them. Surely there is no lack of wealth or profusion in the mind that could image all of these. Nature supplies all that the shrubs or trees may need for their growth and sustenance. Look at all the natural resources of the world, coal and iron and oil and all metals. There is plenty for everyone. We hear a lot about the exhaustion of our resources of coal and oil, but there is available coal enough to last mankind for thousands of years. There is abundance for everyone, but just as you must strain and labor to reach the resources of your second wind, just so you must strive before you can make manifest the law of supply in nature. The world belongs to you. It is your estate. It owes you not merely a living, but everything of good you may desire. You have got to demand these things of it, though. You have got to fear not, dread not, and stop at naught. You have got to have the faith of a Columbus, crossing an unknown sea, and giving to the world a new hemisphere. You have got to dominate, not to cringe. You have got to make the application of the law of supply. The flowers, the birds, all of creation are incessantly active. The trees and flowers in their growth, the birds and wild creatures in finding sustenance are always working but never worrying. Your Father knoweth that ye have need of these things, and all these things shall be added unto you. If all would agree to give up worrying, to be industrious, but never anxious about the outcome, it would mean the beginning of a new era in human progress. Jesus set forth the universal law of supply when he said to be not anxious for the morrow, but seek first the kingdom of God, and all those things shall be added unto you. Jesus tells us the kingdom of God is within you. It is mind, your part of universal mind. Seek first an understanding of this power within you, learn to contact with it, to use it, and all those things shall be added unto you. All riches have their origin in mind. Wealth is in ideas, not money. Money is merely the material medium of exchange for ideas. The paper money in your pockets is in itself worthless. It is the idea behind it that gives it value. Factory buildings, machinery, materials are in themselves worthless without a manufacturing or a selling idea behind them. It is the idea behind them that makes them go. So, do not go out seeking wealth. Look within you for ideas. The kingdom of God is within you. Use it purposefully. Use it to think constructively. Do not say you are thinking when all you are doing is exercising your faculty of memory. Many simply allow the stream of memory to flow through their field of consciousness, while the ego stands on the banks and idly watches the passing waters flow by. They call this thinking, while in reality, there is no process of thought underway. Thinking means thinking with a purpose, with an end in view. Thinking to solve a problem. It does not mean thinking in snatches or holding petty opinions. It means thought on significant questions, which lie outside the bounds of your narrow personal welfare. The kingdom of God is the kingdom of thought, of achievement, of health, of happiness, and prosperity. But you have got to seek it. You have got to do more than ponder. You have got to think constructively, to seek how you may discover new worlds, new methods, new needs. The greatest discoveries have arisen out of things which everybody had seen, but only one man had noticed. The biggest fortunes have been made out of the opportunities which many men had, but only one man grasped. Why is it that so many millions of men and women go through life in poverty and misery, in sickness and despair? Primarily because they make a reality of poverty through their fear of it. They visualize poverty, misery, and disease, and thus bring them into being. And secondly, they cannot demonstrate the law of supply, for the same reason that millions cannot solve a problem in algebra. They do not understand the law. The essence of this law is that you must think abundance, see abundance, feel abundance, believe abundance. Let no thought of limitation enter your mind. There is no lawful desire of yours for which, as far as mind is concerned, there is not abundant satisfaction. And if you can visualize it in mind, you can realize it in your daily world. Do not worry. Do not doubt. Do not dig up the seeds of prosperity and success to see whether they have sprouted. Have faith. Nourish your seeds with renewed desire. Keep before your mind's eye the picture of the thing you want. Believe in it. No matter if you seem to be in the clutch of misfortune, no matter if the future looks black and dreary, forget your fears. Realize that the future is of your own making. There is no power that can keep you down but yourself. Set your goal. Forget the obstacles between. Keep only the goal before your mind's eye, and you will win it. The initial step consists in determining to picture the universal mind as the ideal of all we could wish it to be. If we think of it as a great power devoted to supplying all our needs, we shall impress this character upon it, and by the law of subjective mind, it will proceed to enact the part of that special providence which we have credited it with being. Belief in limitation is the one and only thing that causes limitation, because we thus impress limitation upon the creative principle. In proportion as we lay that belief aside, our boundaries will expand, and abundant blessing will be ours. You are not working for some firm merely for the pittance they pay you. You are part of the great scheme of things, and what you do has its bearing on the ultimate result. That being the case, you are working for universal mind, and universal mind is the most generous paymaster there is. Just remember that you can look to it for all good things. Supply is where you are and what you need. Do you want a situation? Close your eyes and realize that somewhere is the position for which you of all people are best fitted, and which is best fitted to your ability. The position where you can do the utmost of good and where life, in turn, offers the most to you. Realize that universal mind knows exactly where this position is, and that through your subconscious mind, you too can know it. Realize that this is your position, that it needs you, that it belongs to you, that it is right for you to have it, that you are entitled to it. Hold this thought in mind every night for just a moment. Then go to sleep knowing that your subconscious mind has the necessary information as to where this position is and how to get in touch with it. Mind you, not will have, but has. The earnest realization of this will bring that position to you, and you to it, as surely as the morrow will bring the sun. Make the law of supply operative, and you find that the things you seek are seeking you. Get firmly fixed in your own mind the definite conviction that you can do anything you greatly want to do. There is no such thing as lack of opportunity. There is no such thing as only one opportunity. You are subject to a law of boundless and perpetual opportunity, and you can enforce that law in your behalf just as widely as you need. Opportunity is infinite and ever-present. Nothing stands in the way of a will which wants, an intelligence which knows. The great thing is to start. To begin is to complete the first half. The second half remains. Begin again, and the work is done. It matters not how small or unimportant your task may seem to be. It may loom bigger in universal mind than that of your neighbor, whose position is so much greater in the eyes of the world. Do it well, and universal mind will work with you. But do not feel limited to any one job or any one line of work. Man was given dominion over all the earth. All of energy, all of power, all that can exercise any influence over your life is in your hands through the power of thought. Your mind is part of His mind. He is the Father that is within you that doeth the works. So do not put any limit upon His power by trying to limit your capabilities. You are not in bondage to anything. All your hopes and dreams can come true. Were you not given dominion over all the earth? And can anyone else take this dominion from you? All the mysterious psychic powers about which you hear so much today are perfectly natural. I have them. You have them. They only await the time when they shall be allowed to assert their vigor and prove themselves your faithful servitors. Claim your inheritance. The universal mind that supplies all wisdom and power is your mind, and to the extent that you are governed by your understanding of its infinite law of supply, you will be able to demonstrate plenty. Analyze most of the great American fortunes of the past generation, and you will find that they were founded on great faiths. One man's faith was in oil, another's in land, and another's in minerals. The fortunes that are being built today are just as surely being built on great faiths. But there is this difference. Today, it takes faith in a product or an opportunity, as it always did. But it takes faith in the public in addition. Those who have the greatest faith in the public and make that faith articulate build the biggest fortunes. There is one question that bothers many a man. Should he stick to the job he has or cast about at once for a better one? The answer depends entirely upon what you are striving for. The first thing is to set your goal. Every position should yield you three things: reasonable pay for the present, knowledge, training, or experience that will be worth money to you in the future, prestige or acquaintances that will be of assistance to you in attaining your goal. Judge every opening by those three standards. But do not overlook chances for valuable training merely because the pay is small. It is a pretty safe rule that the concern with up-to-the-minute methods that it would profit you to learn also pays up-to-the-minute salaries. Hold each job long enough to get from it every speck of information there is in it and to learn the job ahead. Then, if there seems no likelihood of a vacancy soon in that job ahead, find one that corresponds to it somewhere else. Keep going ahead. Do not be satisfied merely because your salary is being boosted occasionally. Learn something every day. When you reach the point in your work that you are no longer adding to your store of knowledge or abilities, you are going backward, and it is time for you to move. Move upward in the organization you are with, if you can, but move. Your actual salary is of slight importance compared with the knowledge and ability you add to your mind. Given a full storehouse there, the salary or the riches will speedily follow. Given the inquiring, alert type of mind, you can get any amount of possessions. But the possessions without the mind are nothing. What is it you want most from life? Is it riches? Picture yourself with all the riches you could use, with all the abundance that nature holds out with such lavish hand everywhere. What would you do with it? Daydream for a while. Believe that you have that abundance now. Practice being rich in your own mind. See yourself driving that expensive car you have always longed for, living in the sort of house you have often pictured, surrounded by everything to make life worthwhile. Picture yourself spending this money that is yours, without a worry as to where more is coming from, knowing that there is no limit to the riches of mind. Picture yourself doing all those things you would like to do, providing for your loved ones as you would like to see them provided for. See all this in your mind's eye. Believe it to be true for the moment. Know that it will all be true in the not very distant future. It is the first step in making your dreams come true. You are creating the model in mind. And if you do not allow fear or worry to tear it down, mind will recreate that model for you in your everyday life. All that the Father hath is yours, and a single glance at the heavens and the earth will show you that He has all riches in abundance. Reach out mentally and appropriate to yourself some of these good gifts. You have got to do it mentally before you can enjoy it physically. See the things that you want as already yours. Know that they will come to you at need. Then let them come. Do not fret and worry about them. Do not think about your lack of them. Think of them as yours, as belonging to you, as already in your possession. Look upon money as water that runs the mill of your mind. You are constantly grinding out ideas that the world needs. Money provides the power, but it needs you. It needs your ideas before it can be of any use to the world. The Falls of Niagara would be of no use without the power plants that line the banks. In the same way, money needs your ideas to become of use to the world. So instead of thinking that you need money, realize that money needs you. Money is just so much wasted energy without work to do. Your ideas provide the outlet for it, the means by which money can do things. Develop your ideas, secure in the knowledge that money is always looking for such an outlet. When the ideas are perfected, money will gravitate your way without conscious effort on your part, if only you do not dam up the channels with doubts and fears. First, have something that the world needs, even if it be only faithful, interested service. Then open up your channels of desire, and dollars will flow to you. And remember that the more you have to offer, the more of riches will flow to you. Dollars are of no value except as they are used. Henry Ford's idea of money is that it is something to be used, something to provide more jobs, something to bring more comfort, more enjoyment into an increasingly greater number of lives. That is why money flows to him so freely. That is why he gets so much out of life. And that is how you too can get in touch with infinite supply. Realize that it is not money you have to seek, but a way to use money for the world's advantage. Find the need. Look at everything with the question of how could that be improved, or to what new uses could this be put? Then set about supplying that need in the absolute confidence that when you have found the way, money will flow freely to and through you. Do your part, and you can confidently look to Universal Mind to provide the means. Get firmly in mind the definite conviction that you can do anything right that you may wish to do. Then set your goal, and let everything you do, all your work, all your study, and all your associations be a step towards that goal. If you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight for it, work day and night for it, and lose all your terror of God or man for it, you will get it. Chapter 9. The Formula of Success. How can I better my condition? That is the real-life question which confronts you. To begin with, all wealth depends upon a clear understanding of the fact that mind, thought, is the only creator. The great business of life is thinking. Control your thoughts, and you control circumstance. Just as the first law of gain is desire, so the formula of success is belief. Believe that you have it. See it as an existent fact, and anything you can rightly wish for is yours. Belief is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. It is your own belief in yourself that counts. It is the consciousness of dominant power within you that makes all things attainable. You can do anything you think you can. Keep the door to welfare open by expecting to gain everything that is right. You are entitled to every good thing, therefore expect nothing but good. Defeat does not need to follow victory. You don't have to knock wood every time you congratulate yourself that things have been going well with you. Victory should follow victory, and it will, if you let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus. No limitation rests upon you. Mind will do every good thing for you. Bring all your thoughts, your desires, your aims, your talents into the storehouse, the consciousness of good, the law of infinite supply. Now reach out, stretch your mind, and try to comprehend unlimited supply. Do not think that supply must come through one or two channels. It is not for you to dictate to Universal Mind the means through which it shall send its gifts to you. Your part is to impress upon mind your earnest desire and your boundless belief in the willingness of Universal Mind to help you. Plant the seed of desire, but leave the means to Universal Mind. Open up your mind. Clear out the channels of thought. Gain a mental attitude in which you are constantly expecting good. According to your faith, be it unto you. The trouble with most of us is that we are mentally lazy. It is much easier to go along with the crowd than to break trail for ourselves. But the great discoverers and great geniuses in all lines have been men who defied precedent, who believe that there is no limit to what mind can do, and who stuck to that belief until their goal was won, in spite of all the sneers and ridicule of the wiseacres. Not only that, but they were never satisfied with achieving just one success. They realized that they were a part of the creative intelligence of the universe, and that the part shares all the properties of the whole. That realization gave them the faith to strive for any right thing, the knowledge that the only limit upon their capabilities was the limit of their desires. Edison didn't sit down and fold his hands when he gave us the talking machine or the electric light. These great achievements merely opened the way to new fields of accomplishment. Open up the channels between your mind and universal mind, and there is no limit to the riches that will come pouring in. Concentrate your thoughts on the particular thing you are most interested in, and ideas in abundance will come flooding down. But don't let one success, no matter how great, satisfy you. The law of creation is the law of growth. Complacency is the greatest enemy of achievement. There is no such thing as failing powers if we look to mind for our source of supply. The only failure of mind comes from worry and fear, or from disuse. William James taught that the more mind does, the more it can do. Ideas release energy. You know from your own experience that under proper mental conditions of joy or enthusiasm, you can do 3 or 4 times the work without fatigue that you can ordinarily. Crises not only draw upon the reserve power you have, but they help to create new power. It may be that you have been deluded by the thought of incompetence. Remember that success or failure is merely a state of mind. Believe you cannot do a thing and you can't. Know that you can do it and you will. You must see yourself doing it. It is absolutely necessary for every man to believe in himself before he can make the most of himself. You've got to believe in yourself to make your buyer take stock in you. You got to get up every morning with determination if you're going to go to bed that night with satisfaction. There's mighty sound sense in the saying that the entire world loves a booster. The one and only thing you have to win success with is mind. For your mind to function at its highest capacity, you've got to be charged with good cheer and optimism. No one ever did a good piece of work while in a negative frame of mind. Your best work is always done when you are feeling happy and optimistic, and a happy disposition is the result, not the cause, of happy, cheery thinking. Health and prosperity are the results primarily of optimistic thoughts. You make the pattern. If the impress you have left on the world about you seems faint and weak, don't blame fate. Blame your pattern. You will never cultivate a brave, courageous demeanor by thinking cowardly thoughts. You cannot gather figs from thistles. You will never make your dreams come true by choking them with doubts and fears. You've got to put foundations under your air castles, foundations of understanding and belief. Your chances of success in any undertaking can always be measured by your belief in yourself. Are your surroundings discouraging? Just bear in mind that your real environment is within you. All the factors of success or failure are in your inner world. You make your own inner world, and through it, your outer world. No one has failed so long as he can begin again. Start right in and do all those things you feel you have it in you to do. Your belief that you can do the thing gives your thought forces their power. Fortune waits upon you. Seize her boldly, hold her, and she is yours. She is a fickle jade who must be mastered, who loves boldness, who admires confidence. Take the first step, and your mind will mobilize all its forces to your aid. But the first essential is that you begin. Once the battle is started, all that is within and without you will come to your assistance. If you attack in earnest and meet each obstacle with resolution, your subconscious mind has all power, but your conscious mind is the watchman at the gate. It has got to open the door. It has got to press the spring that releases the infinite energy. No failure is possible in the accomplishment of any right object you may have in life, if you but understand your power and will perseveringly try to use it in the proper way. The men who have made their mark in this world all had one trait in common. They believed in themselves. You couldn't if you had to depend upon your conscious mind alone. But remember, the Father that is within me, He doeth the works. That same Father is within you, and it is by knowing that He is in you, and that through Him you can do anything that is right, that you can acquire that belief in yourself which is so necessary. Decide on the one thing you want most from life. Visualize this thing that you want. See it, feel it, believe in it. Make your mental blueprint and begin to build. Suppose some people do laugh at your idea. Suppose reason does say it can't be done. People laughed at Galileo. They laughed at Henry Ford. But the earth is round, and the 15th million Ford is on the road. What do you want most of life right now? Take that one desire, concentrate on it, and impress it upon your subconscious mind. Psychologists have discovered that the best time to make suggestions to your subconscious mind is just before going to sleep, when the senses are quiet and the attention is lax. The two prerequisites are the earnest desire and an intelligent, understanding belief. You know that you can have what you want if you want it badly enough, and can believe in it earnestly enough. So, tonight, just before you drop off to sleep, concentrate your thought on this thing that you most desire from life. Believe that you have it. See yourself possessing it. Feel yourself using it. Do that every night until you actually do believe that you have the thing you want. When you reach that point, you will have it. Chapter 10. This freedom. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. I have heard that quotation ever since I was a little child. It is only in the past several years that I have begun to get an inkling of the real meaning of it. What is the truth that is so often referred to in all our religious teaching? And what is it going to free us from? The truth as I see it now is the underlying reality in everything we meet in life. There is, for instance, one right way to solve any given problem in mathematics. That one right way is the truth as far as that problem is concerned. To know it is to free yourself from all doubt and vain imagining and error. In the same way, there is but one best way of solving every situation that confronts you. That best way is the truth. There is only one right idea of every organism in your body, one correct method of functioning for each of them, and universal mind holds that right idea. The functioning of your body, the rebuilding of each cell and tissue, is the work of your subconscious mind. If you will constantly hold before it the thought that its model is perfection, that weakness or sickness is merely absence of perfection, your subconscious mind will speedily make you free and keep you free from every ill. Affirm the good, the true, and the evil will vanish. It is like turning on the light. The darkness immediately disappears. For there is no actual substance in darkness. It is merely absence of light. Nor is there any substance in sickness or evil. It is merely the absence of health or good. Jesus declared that we should know the truth, and the truth would make us free. He had so perfect an understanding of truth that it gave him absolute dominion over evil, enabled him to heal diseases of every nature. That gift was never meant to be confined to his own disciples. God has never dealt in special or temporary gifts. He gives to all who will accept, to all who have an understanding heart. All sickness, all poverty, all sorrow is the result of the incorrect use of some gift of God, which in itself is inherently good. It is just as though we took the numbers that were given us to work out a problem and put them in the wrong places. The result would be incorrect, inharmonious. The moment we rearrange those numbers properly, we get the correct answer, harmony, the truth. There was nothing wrong with the principle of mathematics before. The fault was all with our incorrect arrangement of the figures. What is true of the principle of mathematics is true of every principle. The principle is changeless, undying. Lightning held only terror for man until he made of electricity his servant. There is nothing wrong with any gift of God once we find the way to use it. You must drop all your preconceived ideas, all your prejudices. Just remember that any great movement must have at least a grain of truth back of it. Seek that grain of truth. Be open-minded. He who is looking for wisdom, power, or permanent success will find it only within. Mind is the only cause. Your body is healthy or sick according to the images of thought you impress upon your subconscious mind. If you will hold thoughts of health instead of sickness, you can build up a perfect body. All disease starts in the mind. It is fear that starts it. You visualize consciously or unconsciously the disease that you fear, and your body proceeds to build in accordance with that model. You believe that disease is necessary, and through that very fear you create it, when if you would spend that same amount of time believing in the necessity of health, you would never need to know disease. God never sent us anything but good. He never gave us disease. When we allow disease to take hold of us, it is because we have lost touch with God, lost the perfect model of us that He holds in mind. And what we have got to strive for is to get back the belief in that perfect model, to forget the diseased image we are holding in our thought. Remember the story of Alexander and his famous horse. No one could ride the horse because it was afraid of its shadow. But Alexander faced it towards the sun and rode it without trouble, face towards the perfect image of every organ, and the shadows of disease will never touch you. There is no germ in a draft capable of giving you a cold. There are no bacteria in exposure to the weather that can give you a fever. It is you that gives them to yourself. The draft is merely a phase of matter. It is not intelligent. It is your conscious mind that has been educated to think that a cold must follow exposure to a draft. This it is that suggests it to your subconscious mind and brings the cold into being. Before you decide again that you have a cold, ask yourself, who is it that is taking this cold? It cannot be my nose, for it has no intelligence. The only thing it can have been is my mind. Well, if mind can tell me to have a cold, surely it can stop that cold too. So, instead of holding before the subconscious mind images of colds and fevers, think only of health and life and strength. Let us hold before our subconscious mind only the perfect idea of nose and head and throat that is in universal mind. Let us make it use the truth for its pattern. Every form of disease or sickness is solely the result of wrong thinking. The primary law of being is the law of health and life. Functional disorders are caused by certain suggestions getting into the subconsciousness and remaining there. The basis of all functional disorders is in the mind. There is nothing organically wrong with the body. It is your mental image that is out of adjustment. Change the one and you cure the other. In this day of the gymnasium, it may sound impractical to suggest that it is the mind, not the body, which needs the care. But since the only cause is mind, the principal good of exercise is that when we go through the motions, we impress upon our subconscious mind the picture of the perfect figure that we would have. And that mental visualization is what brings the results. You can win to perfect health by knowing that there is but one right idea in universal mind for every organism in your body, that this right idea is perfect and undying, that you have only to hold it before your subconscious mind to see it realized in your body. This is the truth that makes you free. Chapter 11. The Law of Attraction. The old adage that he profits most who serves best is no mere altruism. Look around you. What businesses are going ahead? Are they the ones who grab the passing dollar, careless of what they offer in return? Or are they those who are striving always to give a little greater value, a little more work than they are paid for? When scales are balanced evenly, a trifle of extra weight thrown into either side overbalances the other as effectively as a ton. In the same way, a little extra effort makes the man or the business stand out from the great mass of mediocrity and brings results out of all proportion to the additional effort involved. It pays not merely altruistically, but in hard, round dollars, to give a little more value than seems necessary, to work a bit harder than you are paid for. It is that extra ounce of value that counts, for the law of attraction is service. We receive in proportion as we give out. In fact, we usually receive in far greater proportion. Your thoughts are the causes. The only way you can change the effect is by first changing the cause. People live in poverty and want because they are so wrapped up in their sufferings that they give out thoughts only of lack and sorrow. They open the door of their mind only to hardship and sickness and poverty. True, they hope for something better, but their hopes are so drowned by their fears that they never have a chance. You cannot receive good while expecting evil. You cannot demonstrate plenty while looking for poverty. The universal mind expresses itself largely through the individual. It is continually seeking an outlet. It is like a vast reservoir of water, constantly replenished by mountain springs. Cut a channel to it, and the water will flow in ever-increasing volume. In the same way, if you once open up a channel of service by which the universal mind can express itself through you, its gifts will flow in ever-increasing volume, and you will be enriched in the process. This is the idea through which great bankers are made. A foreign country needs millions for development. They go to a banker. He has not the money himself, but he knows how and where to raise it. He sells the promise to pay of the foreign country to people who have money to invest. His is merely a service, but it is such an invaluable service that both sides are glad to pay him liberally for it. In the same way, by opening up a channel between universal supply and human needs, by doing your neighbors or your friends or your customer service, you are bound to profit yourself. And the wider you open your channel, the greater service you give or the better values you offer, the more things are bound to flow through your channel, the more you are going to profit thereby. But you have got to use your talent if you want to profit from it. It matters not how small your service. Using it will make it greater. Mere self-denial or asceticism as such does no one good. You have got to do something, to use the talents God has given you to make the world better for your having been in it. Remember the parable of the talents. You know what happened to the man who went off and hid his talent, whereas those who made use of theirs were given charge over many things. That parable, it has always seemed to me, expresses the whole law of life. The only right is to use all the forces of good. The only wrong is to neglect or to abuse them. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God. This is the first and the greatest commandment. Thou shalt show thy love by using to the best possible advantage the good things that he has placed in your hands. And the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Thou shalt not abuse the good things that have been provided you in such prodigality by using them against your neighbor. Instead, thou shalt treat him as he would treat you. Thou shalt use the good about you for the advantage of all. If you're a merchant, you have got to sell the goods you have in order to buy more goods. If you are a clerk, you must do your work a little better than those around you if you want to earn more money than they. And if you want more of the universal supply, you must use that which you have in such a way as to make yourself of greater service to those around you. If you want to make more money, instead of seeking it for yourself, see how you can make more for others. In the process, you will inevitably make more for yourself too. We get as we give, but we must give first. It matters not where you start. You may be a day laborer, but still, you can give a bit more of energy, of work, of thought than you're paid for. Try to put a little extra skill into your work. Use your mind to find some better way of doing whatever task may be set for you. It will not be long before you are out of the common labor class. There is no kind of work that cannot be bettered by thought. There is no method that cannot be improved by thought. So give generously of your thought to your work. Think every minute you're at it. Isn't there some way in which this could be done easier, quicker, better? Read in your spare time everything that relates to your own work or to the job ahead of you. Look around you now. How can you give greater value for what you get? How can you serve better? How can you make more money for your employers or save more for your customers? Keep that thought ever in the forefront of your mind, and you will never need to worry about making more for yourself. A man gets back exactly what he gives out, only multiplied. If I give more service, I shall get more benefit, but I shall get back more than I give. Exactly as when I plant a bushel of potatoes, I get back 30 or 40 bushels. If I give more to my employer than he expects of me, he will give me a raise, and on no other condition. If I give help to the man whose desk is next to mine, it will come back to me multiplied, even if he apparently is a rival. What I give to him, I give to the firm, and the firm will value it because it is teamwork in the organization that the firm primarily wants. If I have an enemy in the organization, the same rule holds. If I give him something that will genuinely help him, I am giving service to the organization. The more you think about this law, the deeper you will see it goes. It literally hands you a blank check, signed by the maker of universal law, and leaves you to fill in the amount and the kind of payment you want. Mediocre successes are those that obey this law a little way, that fill in the check with a small amount. One of my fears is apt to be that by promoting the other fellow's success, I am sidetracking my own, but the exact opposite is the truth. Suppose every employee would look at his own case as an exact parallel to that of his firm. What does his firm give for the money it gets from the public? Service. The better the service that is given out, the more money comes back. What does the firm do to bring public attention to its service? It advertises. Now, suppose that I, as an employee, begin giving my service to the firm in advance of all hoped-for payment. Suppose I advertise my service. I cannot do anything constructive in that firm's office or store or plant or premises that is not service. As for advertising myself, I begin advertising myself the moment I walk into the office or the store or the shop in the morning. Everybody who looks at me sees my advertisement. More than that, I must give to every human being I come in contact with, from my wife to the bootblack who shines my shoes. Sometimes people will tell you to smile, but the smile I give has got to be a real smile that lives up to its advertising. If I give the real thing, I will get back the real thing, multiplied. The only unselfishness that has ever been truly taught is that of giving a lesser thing in hope of receiving a greater. Now, why am I so sure of this law? I have watched it work. It works everywhere. You have only to try it and keep on trying it, and it will prove true for you. It rules whether I know it or not, whether I believe it or not, whether I defy it or not. I cannot break it. It is the truth, the principle of giving and receiving, only there are few men who go the limit on it. But going the limit is the way to unlimited returns. What shall I give? What I have, of course. Suppose you believe in this idea, and suppose you should start giving it out, the idea itself, tactfully, wisely, and living it yourself in your organization. How long do you think it will be before you are a power in that organization, recognized as such and getting pay as such? It is more valuable than all the cleverness and special information you can possibly possess without it. What you have, give to everybody. If you have an idea, do not save it for your own use only. Give it. It is the best thing you have to give, and therefore the thing best to give, and therefore the thing that will bring the best back to you. Look around you first with an eye to seeing the truth, and then put the thing to the test. Through both methods of investigation, you will find a blank check waiting for you to fill in with whatsoever you desire, and a new way to pray and to get what you pray for. Chapter 12. The Three Requisites. A position of responsibility is open, and an executive is face to face with the old problem: where can I find the man? What is the first question he will ask? Which man is strongest on initiative? Which one can best assume responsibility? The first requisite in business, as in social life, is confidence in yourself, knowledge of your power. Given that, the second is easy, initiative, or the courage to start at things. Lots of men have ideas, but few have the courage to start anything. With belief and initiative, the third requisite follows almost as a matter of course: the faith to go ahead and do things in the face of all obstacles. "Oh God," said Leonardo da Vinci, "you sell us everything for the price of an effort." An illegitimate son, the misfortune of his birth, made him the source of constant derision. He had to do something to lift himself far above the crowd, and he did. He became the greatest artist in Italy. He made the name he had no right to famous for his work alone. "Work out your own salvation," said Paul, and the first requisite in working it out is knowledge of your power. All the ages behind you have bequeathed you stores of abilities, which you are allowing to lie latent. Those abilities are stored up in your subconscious mind. Call upon them. Use them. Keep before your mind's eye the biggest men who have ever done the things you now are doing. Use them as your inspiration. Call upon the innermost recesses of your subconscious mind for their skill, their judgment, their initiative. Realize that all that they did, all the skill they acquired, is stored safely away in universal mind, and that through your subconscious mind you have ready access to it. The mind in you is the same mind that animated all the great conquerors of the past, all the great inventors, all the great artists, statesmen, leaders, businessmen. Stored away within you is every power that any man or woman ever possessed. It awaits only your call. The latent capacities of every man are greater than he realizes. A man may own a tract of land for many years without knowing its value. He may think of it as merely a pasture, but one day he discovers evidences of coal and finds a rich vein beneath his land. Later, he discovers a vein of copper ore, And after that, silver and gold. These things were there all the time. Beneath the surface of every man, there must be a latent capacity greater than has yet been discovered. Everything that has been done, thought, gained, or been is in universal mind. And you are a part of universal mind. You can call upon it for all you need in the same way you can go to a library for information. If you can realize this fact, you will find in it the key to the control of every circumstance, the solution of every problem. But to use that key, you have got to bear in mind the three requisites of faith in your powers, initiative, and courage to start. Never let discouragement hold you back. Discouragement is the most dangerous feeling there is because it is the most insidious. Failure and success are oftentimes separated by only the distance of that one word. There is an old-time fable that the devil once held a sale and offered all the tools of his trade. They were spread out on the table, each one labeled hatred, malice, envy, despair, sickness, and sensuality. But off on one side lay a harmless-looking instrument marked discouragement. It was priced far above all the rest. When asked the reason why, the devil replied, "Because I can use this one so much more easily than the others. No one knows that it belongs to me, so with it I can open doors that are tight-bolted against the others. Once I get inside, I can use any tool that suits me best." Cultivate confidence in yourself. Cultivate the feeling that you are succeeding. Know that with universal mind to draw upon, no position is too difficult and no problem too hard. When you put limitations upon yourself, when you doubt your ability to meet any situation, you are placing a limit upon universal mind. With that knowledge of your power, with that confidence in the unlimited resources of universal mind, it is easy enough to show initiative. It is easy enough to find the courage to start things. You have a right to dominion over all things, over your body, your environment, your business, your health. Remember that, as the spark of electricity to the thunderbolt, so is your mind to universal mind. Whatever of good you may desire of life, whatever qualification, whatever position, you have only to work for it confidently, with singleness of purpose, and you can get it. Chapter 13. That Old Witch, Bad Luck. Has that old witch, bad luck, ever camped on your doorstep? Have ill health, misfortune, and worry ever seemed to dog your footsteps? If so, you will be interested in knowing that you were the procuring cause of all that trouble. For fear is merely creative thought in negative form. Remember back in 1920 how fine the business outlook seemed? Prosperity was general. Then a wave of fear swept over the country. The prosperity could not last. People wouldn't pay such high prices. What was the result? As Job put it in the long ago, "The thing that I greatly feared has come upon me." The prosperity vanished almost overnight. Failures became general. Hundreds of thousands were thrown out of work, and all because of panic, fear. 'Tis true that readjustments were necessary, but it wasn't necessary to burst the balloon to let out the gas. There are orderly, natural processes of readjustment that bring things to their proper level with the least harm to anyone. But fear, panic, knows no reason. It brings into being overnight the things that it fears. The real cause of all sickness is fear. You image some disease in your thought, and your body proceeds to build upon this model that you hold before it. You have seen how fear makes the face pallid, how it first stops the beating of the heart, then sets it going at trip-hammer pace. Fear halts the digestion. Fear turns the hair gray. Mind controls every function of the human body. If the thought you hold before your subconscious mind is the fear of disease, those are the images your subconscious mind will work out in your body. For your body itself is merely so much matter. Take away your mind, and your body is just as inert, just as lifeless, and just as senseless as the table. Every function of your body, from the beating of your heart to the secretions in your glands, is controlled by mind. So the all-important thing is not what food you put into your stomach, but what your mind decides shall be done with it. Your body is just like clay in the hands of a potter. Your mind can make of it what it will. Neither have your head, your heart, your lungs, your digestive organs anything to say about how conditions shall affect them. They do not decide whether they shall be dizzy or diseased or lame. It is mind that makes this decision. When you understand that your muscles, your nerves, your bones have no feeling or intelligence of their own, when you learn that they react to conditions only as mind directs, that they shall react, you will never again think or speak of any organ as imperfect, as weak, or ailing. On the contrary, you will hold steadfast to thoughts of exhaustless strength, knowing that, as Shakespeare said, there is nothing, either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. Never fear disaster, for the fear of it is an invitation to disaster to come upon you. Fear, being vivid, easily impresses itself upon the subconscious mind, and by so impressing itself, it brings into being the thing that is feared. The only safety from it is to deny it. The only refuge is in the knowledge that it has no power other than the power you give to it. You fear debt, so your mind concentrates upon it and brings about greater debts. You fear loss, and by visualizing that loss, you bring it about. The only remedy for fear is to know that evil has no power, that it is a non-entity, merely a lack of something. Functional disturbances are caused solely by the mind through wrong thinking. The remedy for them is not a drug, but right thinking. For the trouble is not in the organs, but in the mind. If you had delirium tremens and thought you saw pink elephants all about you, it would be a foolish physician that would try to cure you of snakes. The indigestion that you suffer from, the colds that bother you, in short, each and every one of your ailments is just as much a distorted idea of your mind as would be the snakes of delirium tremens. Banish the idea, and you banish the manifestation. The Bible contains one continuous entreaty to cast out fear. Fear is the primary cause of all bodily impairment. Jesus understood this, and he knew that it could be abolished. Hence his frequent entreaty, "Fear not, be not afraid, struggle there is, and struggle there will always be." But struggle is merely wrestling with trial. We need difficulties to overcome, but there is nothing to be afraid of. Everything is an effect of mind. Your thought forces, concentrated upon anything, will bring that thing into manifestation. Therefore, concentrate them only upon good things, only upon those conditions you wish to see manifested. Drive all thoughts of poverty and disease, of fear and worry as far from your mind as you drive filth from your homes. There is no surer way of doing the wrong thing in business or in social life than to fret yourself, to worry, to fume, to want action of some kind. Remember the Lord's admonition to the Israelites, "Be still and know that I am God." You cannot reflect the richness and plenty of universal mind. You cannot mirror peace and health and happiness if you are constantly worried, continually stirred by waves of fear, winds of anger, tides of toil and striving. You must relax at times. You must give mind a chance. You must realize that when you have done your best, you can confidently lean back and leave the outcome to universal mind. And that is the trouble with most men in business. They never wipe the slate clean. They worry, and they carry each day's worries over to the next, with the result that someday the burden becomes more than they can carry. Fear results from a belief that there are really two powers in this world, good and evil, like light and darkness, when the fact is that evil is no more real than darkness. True, we lose contact with good at times. We let the clouds of fear and worry come between us and the sunlight of good, and then all seems dark. But the sun is still shining on the other side of those clouds, and when we drive them away, we again see its light. Realizing this, realizing that good is ever available, if we will but turn to it confidently in our need, what is there to fear? "Fear not, little flock," said Jesus, "for it is the Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom." If universal mind is the creator of all, and if everything in the universe belongs to it, then your business, your work isn't really yours, but the Father's. And He is just as much interested in its success as long as you are working in accordance with His plan as you can be. Why not then call upon mind when you have done all you know how to do, and yet success seems beyond your efforts? Why not put your problem up to mind, secure in the belief that it can and will give you any right thing you may desire? If you can feel that your business, your work is a good work, if you can be sure that it is advancing the great scheme of things by ever so little, you will never again fear debt or lack or limitation. Universal mind is never going to lack for means to carry on its work. Where you are, mind is, and where mind is, there is all the power, all the supply of the universe. You are like the owner of a powerhouse that supplies electricity for light and heat and power to the homes and the factories around you. There is unlimited electricity everywhere about you, but you have got to set your dynamo going to draw the electricity out of the air and into your power lines before it can be put to practical account. Just so, there are unlimited riches all about you, but you have got to set the dynamo of your mind to work to bring them into such form as will make them of use to yourself and the world. So don't worry about any present lack of money or other material things. The material wealth that is in evidence is so small compared with the possible wealth available through the right use of mind that it is negligible by comparison. Every year, some new field of development is opened, some new world discovered. There are billions of dollars worth of treasure under every square mile of the Earth's surface. There are millions of ways in which this old world of ours can be made a better place to live. Set your mind to work locating some of this treasure, finding some of those ways. Don't wait for someone else to blaze the trail. Your mind is part and parcel of universal mind. You have the wisdom of all the ages to draw upon. Use it. Use it to do your work in a way it was never done before. Use it to find new outlets for your business, new methods of reaching people, new and better ways of serving them. Use it to uncover new riches, to learn ways to make the world a better place to live in. Concentrate your thought upon these things, knowing that back of you is the vast reservoir of universal mind, that all these things are already known to it, and that you have but to make your contact for them to be known to you. Optimism based on such a realization is never overconfidence. It is the joyous assurance of absolute faith. Grasp this idea of the availability of universal mind for your daily needs, and your vision will become enlarged, your capacity increased. You will realize that the only limits upon you are those you put upon yourself. There will be no such thing then as difficulties and opposition barring your way. You feed and nourish the body daily, but few people give any thought to nourishing that far more important part, the mind. So, let us try, each day, to set apart a few minutes time to give the mind a repast. To begin with, relax. Stretch out comfortably on a lounge or in an easy chair and let go of every muscle. Loosen every bit of tension. Forget every thought of fear or worry. Relax mentally and physically. You will find then that all of your muscles are relaxed. You can forget them and turn your thoughts to other things. Try to realize the unlimited power that is yours. Think back to the dawn of time when mind first imaged from nothingness the heavens and the earth and all that in them is. Remember that although your mind is to universal mind only as a drop of water to the ocean, this drop has all the properties of the great ocean, one in quality although not in quantity. Your mind has all the creative power of universal mind. Round about you are the same electronic energy from which universal mind formed the heavens and the earth. What do you wish to form from it? What do you want most from life? Hold it in your thought, visualize it, and see it. Make your model clear-cut and distinct. Remember, the first thing necessary is a sincere desire, concentrating your thought on one thing with singleness of purpose. The second is visualization, seeing yourself doing it, imaging the object in the same way that universal mind imaged all of creation. Next is faith, believing that you have this thing that you want. Not that you are going to have it, mind you, but that you have it. And the last is gratitude. Gratitude for this thing that you have received. Gratitude for the power that enabled you to create it. Gratitude for all the gifts that mind has laid at your feet. Chapter 14. Your needs are met. Arise, O soul, and gird thee up anew, though the black camel death kneel at this gate. No beggar thou that thou for alms shouldst sue. Be the proud captain still of thine own fate. You've heard the story of the old man who called his children to his bedside to give them a few parting words of advice. "My children," he said, "I have had a great deal of trouble in my life, a great deal of trouble, but most of it never happened." We are all of us like that old man. Our troubles weigh us down in prospect, but we usually find that when the actual need arrives, Providence has devised some way of meeting it. Jacques Loeb conducted a series of tests with parasites found on plants, which show that even the lowest order of creatures have the power to call upon universal supply for resources to meet any unusual need. Potted rose bushes were brought into a room and placed in front of a closed window. If the plants were allowed to dry out, the parasites, previously wingless, changed to winged insects. After the metamorphosis, the animals left the plants, flew to the window, and crept upward on the glass. It is evident that these tiny insects found that the plants on which they had been thriving were dead. The only method by which they could save themselves from starvation was to grow temporary wings and fly. Which they did. When their source of sustenance was shut off, and they had to find the means of migrating or perish, universal supply furnished the means. If universal mind can thus provide for the meanest of its creatures, is it not logical to suppose that it will do even more for us, the highest product of creation, if we will but call upon it? Viewed in the light of mind's response to the need of those tiny parasites, does it seem so unbelievable that a sea should roll back while a people marched across it dry-shod, or that water should gush forth from a rock? In moments of great peril, in times of extremity, when the brave soul has staked its all, those are the times when miracles are wrought, if we will but have faith. That doesn't mean that you should rest supinely at your ease and let the Lord provide. When you have done all that is in you to do, don't worry or fret as to the outcome. Know that if more is needed, your need will be met. You can sit back with the confident assurance that having done your part, you can depend upon the genie of your mind to do the rest. When the little state of Palestine was in danger of being overrun by Egypt on the one hand or gobbled up by Assyria on the other, its people were frantically trying to decide with which enemy they should ally themselves. "With neither," the prophet Isaiah told them, "in calmly resting your safety lieth, in quiet trust shall be your strength." So it is with most of the great calamities that afflict us. If we would only calmly rest and quietly trust, how much better off we should be. But we must fret and worry and 9 times out of 10 do the wrong thing. All of universal mind that is necessary to solve any given problem, to meet any need, is wherever that need may be. Supply is always where you are and what you need. It matters not whether it be sickness or trouble, poverty or danger. The remedy is there, waiting for your call. Go at your difficulty boldly, knowing that you have infinite resources behind you. That doesn't mean that you will never have difficulties. Difficulties are good for you. They are the exercise of your mind. You are the stronger for having overcome them. But look upon them as mere exercise, as stunts that are given you in order that you may the better learn how to use your mind, how to draw upon universal supply, like Jacob wrestling with the angel. Don't let them go until they have blessed you, until you have learned something from having encountered them. Remember this: no matter how great a catastrophe may befall mankind, you and yours can be free from it. There is always an ark by which the understanding few can be saved from the flood. The name of that ark is understanding of your inner powers. When the children of Israel came to the river Jordan, it seemed an insurmountable barrier in their path. But Joshua commanded them to take the Ark of the Covenant, representing God's understanding, before them into the Jordan. They did it, and the priests that bear the Ark stood firm on dry ground in the midst of Jordan, until all the people were passed clean over. All through the Old Testament, when war and pestilence, fire and flood were the common lot of mankind, there is constant assurance of safety for those who have this understanding, this covenant with the Lord. That is His agreement with us, an agreement that gives us the superiority to circumstances which men have sought from time immemorial. All that is necessary on our side is for us to remember the infinite powers that reside within us, to remember that our mind is a part of universal mind, and as such, it can foresee, it can guard against, and it can protect us from harm of any kind. We need not run away from trials. All we need is to bring our understanding to bear upon them, to know that no situation has ever yet arisen with which universal mind, and through it our own mind, was not fully competent to deal. If evil threatens us, if failure, sickness, or accident seems imminent, we have only to decide that these evils do not come from universal mind, therefore they are unreal and have no power over us. Seek through mind for the right condition, which shall nullify them. If you will do this, you will find that you can appropriate from mind whatever you require for your needs when you require it. The greater your need, the more surely it will be met. Remember that your thought is all-powerful, that it is creative, that there is no limitation upon it of time or space, and that it is ever available. Forget your worries. Forget your fears. In place of them, visualize the conditions you would like to see. Realize their availability. Declare to yourself that you already have all these things that you desire, that your needs have been met. Say to yourself, "How thankful I am that mind has made all these good things available to me." Every time you do this, you impress the thought upon your subconscious mind. And the moment you can convince your subconscious mind of the truth of it, that moment your mind will proceed to make it true. This is the way to put into practice the Master's advice: "Believe that ye receive it, and ye shall have it." There is no condition so hopeless, no cause so far gone, that this truth will not save it. Time and again, patients given over by their doctors as doomed have made miraculous recoveries through the faith of some loved one. The great trouble with most of us is, we do not believe. We insist upon looking for trouble. We cross our bridges a dozen times before we come to them. We doubt ourselves. We doubt our ability. We doubt everyone and everything around us. And our doubts sap our energy, kill our enthusiasm and rob us of success. We put a limit upon the good that can come to us. Your mind is part of universal mind, and universal mind has all supply. You are entitled to, and you can have, just as much of that supply as you are able to appropriate. To expect less is to get less, for it dwarfs your power of receiving. It doesn't matter what your longings may be, provided they are right longings. Universal mind will satisfy your longings, no matter how trivial they may seem, as long as they are not harmful ones. Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. If we would only try to realize that God is not some far-off deity, not some stern judge, but the beneficent force that we recognize as nature, if we could realize that he is the universal mind that holds all supply, that will give us the toy of our childhood or the needs of maturity, that all we need to obtain from him, our heart's desire, is a right understanding of his availability, then we would lose all our fears, all our worries, all our sense of limitation. For universal mind is an infinite, unlimited source of good. Not only the source of general good, but the specific good things you desire of life. 2. It there is no big or little problem. The removal of mountains is no more difficult than the feeding of a sparrow. And to one, like the Master, with a perfect understanding, the miracle of raising Lazarus from the dead required no more effort than the turning of the water into wine. He knew that universal mind is all power, and there cannot be more than all. He knew that to know God aright is life eternal, for it is one and the same law that heals sin, sickness, poverty, heartaches, or death itself. That law is the right understanding of divine principle. But what does this ability to perform miracles consist of? What is the power or force by which we can prove this ability? Perhaps the simplest way is to begin with the realization that universal mind is man's working power. Can you stretch your mind a bit and try to comprehend this wonderful fact that the all-powerful, all-knowing, everlasting Creator and Governor of the infinite universe is your working power? In proportion as we understand this fact and make use of it, in that same proportion are we able to perform our miracles. Your work is inspired to the extent that you realize the presence of universal mind in your work. When you rely entirely on your own conscious mind, your work suffers accordingly. Every rightly directed task, no matter how insignificant or menial it may appear to you, carries with it the inspiration of universal mind, since by the very nature of omnipotence, its love and bestowals must be universal and impartial. Too many of us are like the maiden in the old Eastern legend. A genie sent her into a field of grain, promising her a rare gift if she would pick for him the largest and ripest ear she could find. But he made this condition: she must pluck but one ear, and she must walk straight through the field without stopping, going back or wandering hither and thither. As she walked through the grain, she saw many large ears, many perfect ones. She passed them by in scorn, thinking to find an extra large, super-perfect one farther along. Presently, however, the soil became less fertile, the ears small and sparse. She walked on, and always they became worse, till presently she found herself at the end of the field, empty-handed as when she set out. So it is with life. Every day has its worthwhile rewards for work well done. Every day offers its chance for happiness, but those rewards seem so small, those chances so petty, compared with the big things we see ahead. So we pass them by, never recognizing that the great position we look forward to, the shining precious we see in the distance, is just the sum of all the little tasks, the heaped-up result of all the little prizes that we must win as we go along. You are not commanded to pick out certain occupations as being more entitled to the Lord's consideration than others, whether it be in the exalted and idealistic realms of poetry, music, and art, whether in government, in business, in science, or simply in household cares. Whatsoever you do, you are entitled to, and have all of inspiration at your beck and call. If you seem to have less than all, it is because you do not utilize your gift. How shall you take advantage of this universal supply? When next any need confronts you, when next you are in difficulties, close your eyes for a moment and realize that Universal Mind knows how that need can best be met, knows the solution of your difficulties. Your subconscious mind, being part of the Universal Mind, can know this too. So put your problem up to your subconscious mind with the sublime confidence that it will find the solution. Then forget it for a while. When the time comes, the need will be met. Derwin Bigler corroborates the working out of this idea. Suggestions lodged in the mind can effect a complete change, morally and physically, if mankind would become in spirit as a little child. For instance, here is one who is suffering from worry, fear, and the vexations of life. Let him go to a quiet room or place twice a day, lie down and relax every muscle, assume complete indifference to those things which worry him, and quietly accept what God, through this law of demand and supply, can give. In a few days, he will find a great change in his feelings, and the sufferings will pass away, and life will look bright and promising. The real reason for the change is found in the possibility of recovery by using the laws that God has placed within our reach. The subliminal life is the connecting link between man and God, and by obeying His laws, one's life is put in contact with infinite resources. Here is the secret of all the cures of disease and the foundation for the possibility of a joyful existence. Suggestion is the method of securing what God gives, and the mind is the agent through which these gifts are received. If anyone who is sick or who desires to be kept well will have stated periods of relaxation, open-mindedness, and faith, he can prove the beneficial and unvarying result of this method. Chapter 15. The Master of Your Fate. Where will you be at 60? 5 men in 6 at the age of 65 are living on charity. Just 1 in 20 is able to live without working at 60. That is what the American Bankers Association found when it took 100 healthy men at 25 and traced them to 65. These 100 were healthy to start with. They all had the same chance for success. The difference lay in the way they used their minds. 95 out of 100 just do the tasks that are set them. They have no faith in themselves, no initiative, none of the courage that starts things. They are always directed or controlled by someone else. Until you have learned that you are the master of your fate, you will never attain life's full success. Your fate is in your own hands. You have the making of it. What you're going to be 6 months or a year from now depends upon what you think today. So make your choice now. Are you going to bow down to matter as the only power? Are you going to look upon your environment as something that has been wished upon you and for which you are in no way responsible? Or are you going to try to realize in your daily life that matter is merely an aggregation of protons and electrons subject entirely to the control of mind, that your environment, your success, your happiness are all of your own making, and that if you are not satisfied with conditions as they are, you have but to visualize them as you would have them be in order to change them? The former is the easier way right now, the easy way that leads to the hell of poverty and fear and old age, but the latter is the way that brings you to your heart's desire. And merely because this power of universal mind is invisible, is that any reason to doubt it? The greatest powers of nature are invisible. The radio is invisible, yet you hear it. Law is invisible, yet you see the manifestation of different laws every day. These things are not the result of invention. The law has existed from the beginning. It merely waited for man to learn how to apply it. An invention is merely a revelation and an unfoldment of universal wisdom. That same universal wisdom knows millions of other laws of which man has not even a glimmering. You can call upon it. You can use that wisdom as your own, by thinking of things as they might be, instead of as they are. You will eventually find some great need. And to find a need is the first step towards finding the supply to satisfy that need. You've got to know what you're after before you can send the Genie-of-Your-Mind a seeking of it in universal mind. You remember the story of the poor Boer farmer who struggled for years to glean a livelihood out of his rocky soil, only to give it up in despair and go off to seek his fortune elsewhere. Years later, coming back to his old farm, he found it swarming with machinery and life, more wealth being dug out of it every day than he had ever dreamed existed. It was the great Kimberley Diamond Mine. Now, how about you? Are you taking active control of your own thought? Are you imaging upon your subconscious mind only such things as you want to see realized? Are you thinking healthy thoughts, happy thoughts, and successful thoughts? The difference between the successful man and the unsuccessful one is not so much a matter of training or equipment. It is not a question of opportunity or luck. It is just in the way they each of them look at things. The successful man sees an opportunity, seizes upon it, and moves upward another rung on the ladder of success. It never occurs to him that he may fail. He sees only the opportunity, he visions what he can do with it, and all the forces within and without him combine to help him win. The unsuccessful man sees the same opportunity. He wishes that he could take advantage of it, but he is fearful that his ability or his money or his credit may not be equal to the task. He is like a timid bather, putting in one foot and then drawing it swiftly back again. And while he hesitates, some bolder spirit dashes in and beats him to the goal. Nearly every man can look back, and not so far back either with most of us, and say, if I had taken that chance, I would be much better off now. You will never need to say it again once you realize that the future is entirely within your own control. It is not subject to the whims of fortune or the capriciousness of luck. There is but one universal mind, and that mind contains naught but good. In it is no images of evil. From it comes no lack of supply. Its ideas are as numberless as the grains of sand on the seashore, and those ideas comprise all wealth, all power, and all happiness. You have only to image vividly enough on your subconscious mind the thing you wish, to draw from universal mind the necessary ideas to bring it into being. You have only to keep in mind the experiences you wish to meet in order to control your own future. When Frank A. Vanderlip, former president of the National City Bank, was a struggling youngster, he asked a successful friend what one thing he would urge a young man to do who was anxious to make his way in the world. "Look as though you have already succeeded," his friend told him. Shakespeare expresses the same thought in another way. Assume a virtue if you have it not. Look the part. Dress the part. Act the part. Be successful in your own thought first. It won't be long before you will be successful before the world as well. When you learn that you are entitled to win in any right undertaking in which you may be engaged, you will win. When you learn that you have a right to a legitimate dominion over your own affairs, you will have dominion over them. Universal mind plays no favorites. No one human being has any more power than any other. It is simply that few of us use the power that is in our hands. The great men of the world are in no wise super beings. They are ordinary creatures like you and me, who have stumbled upon the way of drawing upon their subconscious mind, and through it, upon the universal mind. Speaking of Henry Ford's phenomenal success, his friend Thomas A. Edison said of him, he draws upon his subconscious mind. The secret of being what you have it in you to be is simply this. Decide now what it is you want of life, exactly what you wish your future to be. Plan it out in detail. Vision it from start to finish. See yourself as you are now, doing those things you have always wanted to do. Make them real in your mind's eye. Feel them, live them, believe them, especially at the moment of going to sleep, when it is easiest to reach your subconscious mind, and you will soon be seeing them in real life. It matters not whether you are young or old, rich or poor. The time to begin is now. It is never too late. Chapter 16. Unappropriated Millions. The main difference between the mind of today and that of our great-great-grandfathers was that in their day conditions were comparatively static, whereas today they are dynamic. Civilization ran along for centuries with comparatively little change. Most people lived and died in the places where they were born. Seldom did one of them break out of the class into which he had been born. Today, we are in the presence of continual change. Men are imbued with that divine unrest which is never satisfied with conditions as they are, which is always striving for improvement. And thought is the vital force behind all this change. Your ability to think is your connecting link with universal mind that enables you to draw upon it for inspiration, for energy, for power. Mind is the energy in static form. Thought is the energy in dynamic form. And because life is dynamic, not static, Your success or failure depends entirely upon the quality of your thought. For thought is creative energy. It brings into being the things that you think. Think the things you would see manifested. Believe them, and you can leave it to your subconscious mind to bring them into being. Your mind is a marvelous storage battery of power on which you can draw for whatever things you need. It has within it all power, all resource, all energy, but you are the one that must use it. All that power is static unless you make it dynamic. In the moment of creative thinking, your conscious mind becomes a creator. It partakes of the power of universal mind. The resistless life energy within him pushes him on to new growth, new aspirations. Just as the sap flowing through the branches, the trees, pushes off the old dead leaves to make way for the new life, just so you must push away the old dead thoughts of poverty and lack and disease before you can bring on the new life of health and happiness. This life is in all of us, constantly struggling for an outlet. Repress it, and you die. When a storm arises, the hardy mariner doesn't turn off steam and drift helplessly before the wind. He turns on more steam and fights against the gale. And so should you. There is a something within you that thrives on difficulties. You need to encounter unusual hardships in order to reach your hidden mental resources, just as the athlete needs to exert himself to the utmost to reach his second wind. When we realize that the power to meet any emergency is within ourselves, when we stop looking outside for help and intelligently call upon mind in our need, we shall find that we are tapping infinite resource. We shall find that we have but to center all those resources on the one thing we want most, to get anything from life that it has. Chapter 17. The Secret of Power. You have access to unlimited ideas, unlimited energy, and unlimited wealth. The open sesame is through your subconscious mind. So long as you limit yourself to superficial conditions, you are in no better position than the beast of burden. The secret of power is in understanding the infinite resources of your own mind. When you begin to realize that the power to do anything, to be anything, to have anything, is within yourself, then and then only will you take your proper place in the world. Most people today laugh at the thought of a power such as that within themselves. So they go on with their daily grind until death comes as a welcome relief. Will you listen to that inner consciousness of power and find the kingdom of heaven that is within you? For whatever you become conscious of will be quickly brought forth into tangible form. Don't judge your ability by what you have done in the past. Your work heretofore has been done with the help of your conscious mind alone. Add to that the infinite knowledge at the disposal of your subconscious mind, and what you have done is as nothing to what you will do in the future. For knowledge does not apply itself. It is merely so much static energy. You must convert it into dynamic energy by the power of your thought. We all have inspired moments when we see clearly how we may accomplish wonderful undertakings, but we do not believe in them enough to make them come true. An imagination, which begins and ends in daydreaming, is weakening to character. Make the daydreams come true. Make them so clear and distinct that they impress themselves upon your subconscious mind. The great inventor, Tesla, dreamed every new machine complete and perfect before ever he began his model for it. Mozart dreamed each of his wonderful symphonies complete before ever he put a note on paper. But they didn't stop with the dreaming. They visualized those dreams and then brought them into actuality. We lose our capacity to have visions if we do not take steps to realize them. Power implies service. So concentrate all your thought on making your visions of great deeds come true. Thinking is the current that runs the dynamo of power. To connect up this current so that you can draw upon universal supply through your subconscious mind is to become a Superman. Do this, and you will have found the key to the solution of every problem of life. Chapter 18. This one thing I do. You can do as much as you think you can, but you will never accomplish more. If you're afraid of yourself, young man, there is little for you in store. For failure comes from the inside first. It is there, if we only knew it. And you can win. Though you face the worst if you feel that you are going to do it. How did the Salvation Army get so much favorable publicity out of the war? They were a comparatively small part of the services that catered to the boys over there, yet they carried off the lion's share of the glory. Do you know how they did it? By concentrating on just one thing, donuts. They served donuts to the boys, and they did it well. And that is the basis of all success in business. To focus on one thing and do that thing well. Better far to do one thing preeminently well than to dabble in 40. You cannot divide your thought and do justice to any one of the different subjects you are thinking of. You have got to do one thing at a time. The greatest success rule I know in business is this one thing I do. Take one piece of work at a time. Concentrate on it to the exclusion of all else. Then finish it. Dispose of it completely. Be through with it and forget it. Then your mind will be clear to consider the next matter. The trouble with most men is that they think they have done all that is required of them when they have earned their salary. Why, that is only the beginning. Up to that point, you are working for someone else. From then on, you begin to work for yourself. Remember, you must give to get, and it is when you give that extra bit of time and attention and thought to your work that you begin to stand out above the crowd around you. When it comes to a job that needs real ability, they are not looking for relatives or friends or men with pull. They want a man, and they will pay any price for the right man. Not only that, but they always have a weather eye open for promising material. And the thing they value most of all is initiative. But do not try to improve the whole works at once. Concentrate on one thing at a time. Pick some one department or some one process or some one thing and focus all your thought upon it. Bring to bear upon it the limitless resources of your subconscious mind. Then prepare a definite plan for the development of that department or the improvement of that process. Verify your facts carefully to make sure they are workable. Then, and not till then, present your plan. Men often think of a position as being just about so big and no bigger, when, as a matter of fact, A position is often what one makes it. A man was making about $1,500 a year out of a certain position and thought he was doing all that could be done to advance the business. The employer thought otherwise and gave the place to another man who soon made the position worth $8,000 a year. The difference was in the man, in other words, in what the two men thought about the work. One had a little conception of what the work should be, and the other had a big conception of it. One thought little thoughts, and the other thought big thoughts. Make it your business to know what is the best that might be in your line of work, and stretch your mind to conceive it, and then devise some way to attain it. Big things are only little things put together. The entire structure of a tall office building, great as it is, towering far above all the neighboring buildings, is made up of pieces of steel and stone and wood put together according to a plan. The plan was first imagined, then penciled, then carefully drawn, and then followed by the workman. It was all a combination of little things. It is encouraging to think of this when you are confronted by a big task. Remember that it is only a group of little tasks, any of which you can easily do. It is ignorance of this fact that makes men afraid to try. One of the most essential requisites in the accomplishment of any important work is patience. Not the patience that sits and folds its hands and waits for something to turn up, but the patience that never jeopardizes or upsets a plan by forcing it too soon. The man who possesses that kind of patience can always find plenty to do in the meantime. Make your plan, then wait for the opportune moment to submit it. You would be surprised to know how carefully big men go over suggestions from subordinates, which show the least promise. One of the signs of a really big man is his eagerness to learn from everyone and anything. There is priceless wisdom to be found in books. Nothing pays better interest than judicious reading. The man who invests in more knowledge of his business than he needs to hold his job is acquiring capital with which to get a better job. What you know is a club for yourself, and what you do not know is a meat axe for the other fellow. That is why you want to be on the lookout all the time for information about the business. The demands made upon men in business today are far greater than in any previous generation. To meet them, you have got to use your talents to the utmost. You have got to find in every situation that confronts you the best, the easiest, and the quickest way of working it out. And the first essential in doing this is to plan your work ahead. You would be surprised at how much more work you can get through by carefully planning it and then taking each bit in order and disposing of it before starting on the next. Another thing, once started at work, do not let down. Keep on going until it is time to quit. You know how much power it takes to start an auto that is standing motionless. But when you get it going, you can run along and high at a fraction of the expenditure of gas. It is the same way with your mind. We are all mentally lazy. We hate to start using our minds. Once started, though, it is easy to keep along on high, if only we will not let down. For the moment we let down, we have that starting to do all over again. You can accomplish 10 times as much with far less effort or fatigue if you will keep right on steadily instead of starting and stopping again. Boiled down, personal efficiency comes to this. Know what you want Analyze the thing you have got to do to get it. Plan your work ahead. Do one thing at a time. Finish that one thing and send it on its way before starting the next. Once started, keep going. And when you come to some problem that stumps you, give your subconscious mind a chance. Prepare at the close of each day's business a list of the 10 most important things for the next day. Run them over in the mind just before going to sleep, not thoughtfully or with elaboration of detail, but with the sure knowledge that the deeper centers of the mind are capable of viewing them constructively, even though conscious attention is surrendered in sleep. Whenever an especially difficult problem confronts you, sleep on it. If you simply stretch out, thoroughly relax, and let go, you can let your subconscious mind solve the problem. Chapter 19. The Mastermind. Among your friends, there is one of those men who doesn't have much use for the word can't. He has found and appropriated to himself the talisman of Napoleon, absolute confidence in himself. The world loves a leader, but to instill confidence in others, that leader must have utter confidence in himself. It is that which makes men invincible, the consciousness of their own power. They put no limit upon their own capacities. For universal mind sees all, knows all, and can do all, and we share in this absolute power to the exact extent to which we permit ourselves. We draw to ourselves unlimited power or limit ourselves to humble positions according to our own beliefs. Emerson wrote, "There is one mind common to all individual men. Every man is an inlet to the same and to all of the same. He that is once admitted to the right of reason is made a freeman of the whole estate." The more you call upon and use your subconscious mind, the greater becomes its conductivity in passing along to you the infinite resources of universal mind. It rests with you only to form the contact with universal mind in order to draw from it what you will. Think of this power as something that you can connect with any time. It has the answer to all of your problems. No man and no thing can interfere with your use of this power or diminish your share of it. No one, that is, but yourself. Success does not come to you by accident. It comes as the logical result of the operation of law, meant working through your brain and your body makes your world. That it is not a better world is due to your limited thoughts and beliefs. God never made a failure. He offers to the highest and the lowest alike all that is necessary to happiness and success. The difference is entirely in the extent to which each of us avails himself of that generosity. There is no reason why you should hesitate to aspire to any position, any honor, any goal, for the mind within you is fully able to meet any need. Mind is just as much present in your little everyday affairs as in those of a big business or a great nation. Start something. Use your initiative. Give your mind something to work upon. The greatest of all success secrets is initiative. Conceive something. Conceive it first in your own mind, make the pattern there, and your subconscious mind will draw upon the plastic substance or energy all about you to make that model real. Drive yourself, force yourself. It is the dreamer, the man with imagination, who has made the world move. Galileo looked at the moon and dreamed of how he might reach it. Watt dreamed of what might be done with steam, and our great engines of today are the result. Initiative plus imagination will take you anywhere. Imagination opens the eyes of the mind, and there is nothing good you can imagine there that is not possible of fulfillment in your daily life. Imagination is the connecting link between the human and the divine. Through it, we share in the creative power of universal mind. What was it gave us the submarine, the airplane, wireless, electricity? Imagination. What is it that makes us successful and happy or poor and friendless? Imagination, or the lack of it. Uncontrolled, the imagination is like a rudderless ship, but properly controlled, it is like the ship that carries riches from port to port. Do you want position, power, and riches? Image them. That is the way everything has been made since time began. It was first imaged in mind. That is the way everything you want must start, with a mental image. So use your imagination. Picture in it your heart's desire. Imagine it so vividly, so clearly, that you will actually believe you have it. In the moment that you carry this conviction to your subconscious mind, in that moment, your dream will become a reality. You have created the model. You can safely leave it to your subconscious mind to do the rest. When Jesus adjured his disciples, "Whatsoever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive it," he was not only telling them a great truth, but he was teaching what we moderns would call excellent psychology as well. For this belief is what acts upon the subconscious mind. It is through this belief that formless energy is compressed into material form. Every man wants to get out of the rut, to grow, to develop into something better. Here is the open road open to you, whether you have schooling, training, position, wealth, or not. Your subconscious mind knew more from the time you were a baby than is in all the books in all the colleges and libraries of the world. So don't let lack of training, lack of education hold you back. Your mind can meet every need. The pages of history are dotted with poor men, uneducated men who thought great thoughts, who used their imaginations to master circumstances and became rulers of men. So it isn't training and it isn't education that makes you successful. These help, but the thing that really counts is creative imagination. You have that gift. Use it. Make every thought and every fact that comes into your mind pay you a profit. Think of things not as they are, but as they might be. Don't merely dream, but create. Then use your imagination to make that creation of advantage to mankind and, incidentally, yourself. Chapter 20. What do you lack? Do you know why it is that the Bolsheviki are so opposed to religion? Because religion, as it is commonly accepted, teaches man resignation to conditions as they are, teaches, in effect, that God created some men poor and some rich, that this unequal distribution is a perfectly natural thing, and that we must not rail against it because it will all be made right in the next world. But Christianity was never meant for a weapon to keep the rich wealthy and secure, the poor satisfied and in their proper place. On the contrary, Christianity, as taught by Jesus, opened the way to all good. And Christianity, as it was practiced, in its early years, was an idealized form of socialism that benefited each and all. No one was wealthier than his neighbors, it is true, but neither was any poverty-stricken. Theirs was the creed of the Three Musketeers, all for one and one for all. "Ask, and ye shall receive," said Jesus. "Seek, and ye shall find." That was not directed to the rich alone. That was to all men. Providence has never made a practice of picking out certain families or certain individuals and favoring them to the detriment of other people, much as some of our leading families would have us believe it. It is only man that has arrogated to himself that privilege. We laugh now at the divine right of kings. It is just as ridiculous to think that a few have the right to all the good things of life, while the many have to toil and sweat to do them service. There is nothing right in poverty. Not only that, but there is nothing meritorious in poverty. The mere fact that you are poor and ground down by fear and worry is not going to get you any forwarder in the hereafter. On the contrary, your soul is likely to be too pinched by want, too starved and shriveled to be able to expand. The kingdom of heaven is within you. To me, that means that heaven is here and now. That if we want any happiness from it, we've got to get it as we go along. I've never been much of a believer in accepting these promissory notes for happiness. Every time one of them falls due, you find you just have to renew it for another 6 months or a year, until one of these days you wake up and find that the bank has busted and all your notes are not worth the paper they are written on. The purpose of existence is growth. You can't grow spiritually or mentally without happiness. And by happiness, I don't mean a timid resignation to the will of God. That so-called will of God is more often than not either pure laziness on the part of the resigned one or pure cussedness on the part of the one that is putting something over on him. It is the most sanctimonious expression yet devised to excuse some condition that no one has the energy or the ability to rectify. No, by happiness I mean the everyday enjoyment of everyday people. I mean love and laughter and honest amusement. Every one of us is entitled to it. Every one of us can have it, if he has the will and the energy to get out and get it for himself. God never made any man poor any more than he made any man sick. Look around you. All of nature is bountiful. On every hand you see profusion, in the trees, in the flowers, in everything that he planned. The only law of nature is the law of supply. Poverty is unnatural. It is man-made through the limits man puts upon himself. God never put them there any more than he showed partiality by giving to some of his children gifts and blessings which he withheld from others. His gifts are just as available to you as to any man on earth. The difference is all in your understanding of how to avail yourself of the infinite supply all about you. Take the worry clamps off your mentality, and you will make the poverty clamps loosen up from your finances. Your affairs are so closely related to your consciousness that they too will relax into peace, order, and plenty. Divine ideas in your spiritual consciousness will become active in your business and will work out as your abundant prosperity. Prosperity is not limited to time or to place. It manifests when and where there is consciousness to establish it. It is attracted to the consciousness that is free from worry, strain, and tension. So never allow yourself to worry about poverty. Be careful. Take ordinary business precautions, of course, but don't center your thought on your troubles. The more you think of them, the more tightly you fasten them upon yourself. Think of the results you are after, not of the difficulties in the way. Mind will find the way. It is merely up to you to choose the goal and then keep your thought steadfast until that goal is won. The greatest shortcut to prosperity is to live it. Prosperity attracts poverty. Repulsion. The secret of prosperity lies in so vividly imaging it in your own mind that you literally exude prosperity. You feel prosperous, you look prosperous, and the result is that before long you are prosperous. What do you lack? What thing do you want most? Realize that before it or any other thing can be, it must first be imaged in mind. Realize, too, that when you can close your eyes and actually see that thing, you have brought it into being. You have drawn upon that invisible substance all about you. You have created something. Hold it in your thought. Focus your mind upon it. Believe that you have it, and you can safely leave its material manifestation to the genie of your mind. God is but another name for the invisible, everywhere present, and source of things. Out of the air the seed gathers the essences which are necessary to its bountiful growth. Out of the invisible ether our minds gather the rich ideas that stimulate us to undertake and to carry out enterprises that bring prosperity to us. Let us see with the eye of the mind a bountiful harvest. Then our minds will be quickened with ideas of abundance, and plenty will appear, not only in our world, but also everywhere. As the rain cometh down, and the snow from heaven, and returneth not thither, but watereth the earth, and maketh it bring forth and bud, and giveth seed to the sower, and bread to the eater. So shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it. Isaiah. Chapter 21. The Sculptor and the Clay. Eternal mind the potter is, and thought the eternal clay, the hand that fashions is divine. His works pass not away. God could not make imperfect man his model infinite, unhallowed thought. He could not plan love's work, and love must fit. Alice Dayton. When you step into your office on Monday morning, no doubt you have dreams of wonderful achievement. But are you always able to put through what you had planned? Or are your dreams of big accomplishment often shattered because of fagged nerves and lack of energy? How easy it is to think back and see how success was in your grasp, if only you had had the energy to reach out and take it. The great men of the world have been well men, strong men. Sickness means weakness, lack of faith, and lack of confidence. But there is no real reason for sickness or weakness, and there is no reason why you should remain weak or sick if you are so afflicted now. Remember the story of the sculptor Pygmalion? How he made a statue of marble so beautiful that he spent day after day in rapt admiration of it until finally the gods breathed into it the breath of life. There is this much truth in it. that any man can set before his mind's eye the image of the figure he himself would like to be, and then breathe the breath of life into it merely by keeping that image before his subconscious mind as the model on which to do its daily building. For health and strength are natural. It is ill health and weakness that are unnatural. Your body was meant to be lithe, supple, muscular, and full of vitality. You can be the man you have always dreamed of being without arduous dieting, without tiresome series of exercises, merely by following the simple rules herein laid down. For what is it that puts energy and vitality into your system? Is it exercise? Then why is it that so many day laborers are poor, weak, anemic creatures, forced to lay off from 1 to 3 months every year on account of sickness? They get plenty of exercise and fresh air. Why is it that so many athletes die of tuberculosis or of weak hearts? Is it diet? Then why is it that so many people you know who have been dieting for years are still such poor, flabby creatures? Why is it that doctors disagree so on what is the correct diet? Then what is right? Is it the combination of diet and exercise? But surely the patients in sanitariums and similar institutions would have every chance to get just the right combination. Yet how often you see them come out little, if any, better off than when they went in? No. As a matter of fact, the principal good of either diet or exercise is that it keeps before the patient's mind the result he is working for, and in that way tends to impress it upon his subconscious mind. If results are achieved, it is mind that achieves them, not the movements you go through or the particular kind of food you eat. Understand, I don't ask you to stop exercising. A reasonable amount of light, pleasant exercise is good for you mentally and physically. It helps to impress upon your subconscious mind the image you want to see realized in your body. And it takes your mind off your troubles and worries, centering your thoughts instead upon your desires. You who envy the rosy cheek and sparkling eye of youth, who go to your daily tasks with fagged brain and heavy tread, just remember that perfect health is merely a state of mind. There is only one thing that puts muscles on your bones. There is only one thing that keeps your organs functioning with precision and regularity. That one thing is your subconscious mind. Every cell and tissue, every bone and sinew, every organ and muscle in your entire body is subject to the control of your subconscious mind. As it directs, so they build or function. True, that subconscious mind accepts suggestions from your conscious mind. Hold before it the thought that the exercise you are taking is building muscle upon your arms or shoulders, and your subconscious mind will fall in readily with the suggestion and strengthen those muscles. Hold before it the thought that some particular food gives you unusual energy, and the subconscious mind will be entirely agreeable to producing the added vigor. But have you ever noticed how some sudden joy energizes and revitalizes you more than all the exercise or all the tonics you can take? Have you ever noticed how sorrow will depress and devitalize you regardless of any amount of exercise or health foods you may take? Each of us has within him all the essentials that go to the making of a Superman. but so has every acorn the essentials for making a great oak tree. Yet the Japanese show us that even an oak may be stunted by continual pruning. Negative and weak thoughts, thoughts of self-doubt, continually prune back the vigorous life ever seeking so valiantly to show forth the strength of the radiant inner self. Choose what you will be. Your responsibility is to think, speak, act. The true inner self. Keep steadfastly in mind the idea of yourself that you want to see realized. Your daily, hourly, and continual idea of yourself, your life, and your world determines the harvest. For mind is the only creator, and thought is the only energy. All that counts is the image of your body that you are holding in your thought. If heretofore that image has been one of weakness, change it now. Today. Repeat to yourself the first thing upon awakening in the morning and the last thing before going to sleep at night. My body was made in the image and likeness of God. God first imagined it in its entirety. Therefore, every cell and bone and tissue is perfect. That is the only model of me in universal mind. That is the only model of me that my subconscious mind knows. Therefore, since mind, God, is the only creator, that is the only model of me that I can have. Chapter 22, Why Grow Old? And Moses was 120 years old when he died. His eye was not dim, nor his natural force abated. Remember how you used to plow through great masses of work day after day and month after month cheerily, enthusiastically, with never a sign of tiring or nervous strain. Remember how you used to enjoy those evenings, starting out as fresh from your office or shop as if you hadn't just put a hard day's work behind you? No doubt you've often wondered why you can't work and enjoy yourself like that now, but solaced yourself with the moth-eaten fallacy that, as a man grows older, he shouldn't expect to get the same fun out of life that he did in his earlier years. Youth is not a matter of time. It is a mental state. You can be just as brisk, just as active, just as light-hearted now as you were 10 or 20 years ago. Genuine youth is just a perfect state of health. You can have that health and the boundless energy and capacity for work or enjoyment that go with it. You can cheat time of 10, 20, or 50 years, not by taking thought of what you shall eat or what you shall drink, not by diet or exercise, but solely through a right understanding of what you should expect of your body. If only I had my life to live over again. How often you have heard it said, how often you have thought it. But the fact is that you can have it. You can start right now and live again as many years as you have already experienced. Health, physical freedom, and full vigor need not end for you at 35 or 40, nor at 60 or 70. Age is not a matter of years. It is a state of mind. But the fact is that there is no natural reason for man to grow old as soon as he does. No biological reason for him to grow old at all. Why is it that the animals live 8 to 10 times their maturity, when man lives only about twice his? Why? Because man hastens decrepitude and decay by holding the thought of old age always before him. Dr. Alexis Carrel, Nobel Prize winner, and member of the Rockefeller Institute, has demonstrated that living cells taken from a body, properly protected and fed, can be kept alive indefinitely. Not only that, but they grow. In 1912, he took some tissue from the heart of an embryo chick and placed it in a culture medium. It is living and growing yet. The cells of your being can be made to live indefinitely when placed outside your body. Single-celled animals never die a natural death. They live on and on until something kills them. Now, scientists are beginning to wonder if multicellular animals like man really need to die. Under the title Immortality and Rejuvenation in Modern Biology, M. Metalnikov of the Pasteur Institute has just published a volume that should be read by all those who have decided that it is necessary to grow old and die. Here is the first sentence of the concluding chapter of the book. What we have just written forces us to maintain our conviction that immortality is the fundamental property of living organisms. And that, mind you, is set forth under the aegis of a scientific establishment that has no equal in the world, and of a scholar universally respected. Death is a permanent and tangible phenomenon, only in the case of man and the higher animals. It is not so for plants and for the simpler forms of animal life, the protozoans. Each daughter cell continues to live like the mother cell, of which it is the issue. It feeds, grows, and divides in its turn. And never in this constantly renewed cycle in their lives do we find the phenomenon of natural death, so characteristic and so universal in the higher animals. Thus, we are bound to say that a unicellular body possesses within itself the power of immortality, and we ourselves are made up only by the juxtaposition of simple cells. 400 years ago, Ponce de Leon set sail into the mysteries of an unknown world in search of the fountain of youth, when all the time the secret of that fountain was right within himself. For the fact is that no matter how many years have passed since you were born, you are only 11 months old today. Your body is constantly renewing itself. The one thing about it you can be surest of is change. Every one of the millions of cells of which it is composed is constantly being renewed. Even your bones are daily renewing themselves in this way. These cells are building. Every day they tear down old tissue and rebuild it with the new. There is not a cell in your body, not a muscle or tissue, not a bone, that is more than 11 months old. Why then should you feel age? Why should you be any less spry, any less cheerful than these youngsters around you that you have been envying? The answer is that you need not, if you will but realize your youthfulness. Every organ, every muscle, tissue, and cell of your body is subject to your subconscious mind. They rebuild exactly as that mind directs them. What is the model you are holding before your mind's eye? Is it one of age, of decrepitude? That is the model that most men use, because they know no better. That is the result that you see imaged upon their bodies. But you need not follow their outworn models. You can hold before your mind's eye only the vision of youth, of manly vigor, of energy, and strength, and beauty, and that is the model that your cells will use to build upon. Do you know what is responsible for the whole difference between youth and age? Just one thing. Youth looks forward always to something better. Age looks backward and sighs over its lost youth. In youth, we are constantly growing. We know we have not yet reached our prime. We know we can expect to continually improve. We look forward to ever-increasing physical powers. We look forward to a finer, more perfect physique. We look forward to greater mental alertness. We have been educated to expect these things. Therefore, we believe we shall get them, and we get them. But what happens after we get to be 30 or 40 years of age? We think we have reached our prime. We have been taught that we can no longer look forward to greater growth, that all we can hope for is to hold our own for a little while, and then start swiftly downward to old age and decay. Yours is the choice if you will realize that there is never any end to growth, that your body is constantly being rebuilt, that perfection is still so far ahead of you that you can continue growing towards it indefinitely. You need never know age. You can keep on growing more perfect, mentally and physically every day. Every minute you live is a minute of conception and rebirth. You may be weak and anemic. You may be crippled or bent, no matter. You can start today to rebuild along new lines. In 11 months at the most, every one of those weak and devitalized cells, every one of those bent and crippled bones will be replaced by a new, strong, vigorous tissue. Your body wears out? Of course it does, just as all material things do, but with this difference, your body is being renewed just as fast as it wears out. Have you damaged some part of it? Don't worry. Down inside you's a chemical laboratory which can make new parts just as good or better than the old. Up in your subconscious mind is a master chemist with all the formulas of universal mind to draw upon. Who can keep that chemical laboratory of yours making new parts just as fast as you can wear out the old? But that master chemist is like all of us, like you. He is inclined to lazy a bit on the job if you let him. Try to relieve him of some of his functions, and he won't bother about them further. Take to the regular use of drugs or other methods of eliminating the waste matter from the body, and your master chemist will figure that your conscious mind has taken over this duty from him, and he will leave it thereafter to your conscious mind. Lead him to believe that you no longer expect him to rebuild your body along such perfect lines as in youth, and he will slow down in his work of removing the old worn-out tissues and of replacing them with new, better material. The result? Arteries clogged with worn-out cells, tissues dried and shrunken, joints stiff and creaky, in short, old age. The fault is not with the master chemist. It is with you. You didn't hold him to the job. When a business or an enterprise or an expedition fails, it is not the rank and file who are to blame. It is the directing head. He didn't give his men the right plans to work on. He didn't supply the proper leadership. He didn't keep them keyed up to their best work. Yet, that is what you do when you stop looking forward at 30 or 40 and decide thereafter to just grow old any which way. You throw away the wonderful model on which you have been building. You take the finest material in the world and let your workmen put it together any way they like. In fact, you do worse than that. You tell them you don't expect much from them anymore, that any sort of a patched-up job they put together after that will be about as good as you can look for. Man alive! What would you expect from ordinary workmen to whom you talked like that? Your inner workmen are no different. You will get from them just what you look for, no more, no less. Your time of life should be the best time you have yet known. The model you're passing on to your master chemist now ought to be a vastly more perfect model than the one you gave to him at 20. Instead of feeling that your heart is giving out and your stomach weak, you ought to be boasting of how much better a heart you are now making than a few years ago, how much more perfectly your stomach is functioning than before you learned that you were its boss. Of one thing you can be sure: God never decreed a law of decay and death. If there's any such law, it is man-made, and man can unmake it. The life principle that came to this planet thousands or millions of years ago brought no death principle with it. For death is like darkness. It is nothing in itself. Death is merely the absence of life, just as darkness is merely the absence of light. Keep that life surging strongly. Universal mind knows no imperfection, no decay, no death. It does not produce sickness and death. It is your conscious mind that has decreed these evils. Banish the thought, and you can banish the effect. Life was never meant to be measured by years. Men and women ought to grow with years into greater health, broader judgment, and mature wisdom. Instead of becoming atrophied and dead to all new ideas, their minds should, through practice, hold ever stronger images before them of youthful vigor and freshness. No one need retire to the chimney corner, no matter how many years have passed over his head. Years should bring wisdom and greater health, not decrepitude. Many of the world's famous men did their greatest work long after the age when most men are in their graves. You are only as old as your mind. Every function, every activity of your body is controlled by your mind. Your vital organs, your blood that sends the material for rebuilding to every cell and tissue, the processes of elimination that remove all the broken down and waste material, all are dependent for their functioning upon the energy derived from your mind. The human body can be compared to an electric transportation system. When the dynamo runs at full power, every car speeds along and everything is handled with precision. But let the dynamo slow down and the whole system lags. That dynamo is your mind, and your thoughts provide the energy that runs it. Feed it thoughts of health and vigor, and your whole system will reflect energy and vitality. Feed it thoughts of decrepitude and age, and you will find it slowing down to the halting pace you set for it. You can grow old at 30. You can be young at 90. It is up to you. Which do you choose? If you choose youth, then start this minute renewing your youth. Find a picture, or better still, a statuette of the man you would like to be, the form you would like to have. Keep it in your room. When you go to bed at night, visualize it in your mind's eye. Hold it in your thought as the man you are going to be. 11 months from now, you will have an entirely new body, inside and out. Not a single cell, not a single bit of tissue that is now in you will be there then. What changes do you want made in that new body? What improvements? Get your new model clearly in your mind's eye. Picture it, visualize it, look forward daily to a better physique, to greater mental power. Give that model to your subconscious mind to build upon, and before 11 months are out, that model will be you. Chapter 23. The Medicine Delusion. "We are getting rid of the drug illusion," declared Dr. Woods Hutchinson, the noted medical writer of America, at a luncheon given by the English-speaking Union to 700 American and Canadian doctors. "We are willing even to subscribe to the dictum of Oliver Wendell Holmes," the doctor added, "that if 9% of all drugs we possess were thrown into the sea, it would be a good thing for the human race, but rather hard on the fishes." Sir Arbuthnot Lane, surgeon to King George, seconded Dr. Hutchinson's remarks. "They might say," he went on, "that he was trying to establish a suicide club for doctors. It practically came to that because as the public became educated in matters of health, the medical profession might disappear. It was, in fact, an anomaly that a medical profession should exist. If people were healthy, there was no reason to have doctors at all. 25 years ago, the charms of the patent medicine fakir were in the heyday of their popularity. People would buy any kind of a nostrum that an unscrupulous fakir chose to palm off upon them. The day of the Indian medicine man has passed, but they are back again today in a more respectable guise. Pick up almost any small town paper and you will find a dozen sovereign remedies. But if that were all, no great harm would be done. The worst offenders of all are the ones who, of all people, should know better, some of the doctors. Understand, I don't mean the best of them. There are thousands of them, like Dr. Woods Hutchinson, who have the courage to get up and say that medicine itself cannot cure disease, that it never has cured disease, that nature is the only healer. Drugs can give you temporary relief from pain, yes. They can cleanse, yes. But as for curing anything, the drug is not made that can do it. The principal good that the administering of a drug has is in its effect upon the mind of the patient. Men have been taught for so many years that drugging is the only way to cure disease, that when you give them something, they believe they are going to be cured, and to the extent that they believe, they are cured. The best proof of that is to let two patients suffering from the same complaint go to two different physicians, the one a doctor of the regular school, the other a homeopath. The regular doctor will administer a dose containing 10,000 times as much of the mother drug as the homeopath. Yet it frequently happens that his patient will respond just as readily to his denatured dose as the other will to his drug. Take another case. Your doctor prescribes regular doses of some drug. You take it once. It has the desired effect. You take it again. The effect is not quite so pronounced. You keep it up, and in a short time the drug seems to have lost its efficacy. Why? The same chemical elements are there, and if you mix the same chemical elements in a retort, you will get the same results whether you do it once or 1,000 times. Why doesn't it work the same way with drugs in your body? Because the strongest factor in bringing about the desired effect in the beginning was your belief, yours and that of your doctor. But as you kept on and on, your belief began to falter until presently it died away altogether. You may have hoped, but the active belief suggestions to your subconscious mind had stopped carrying conviction. To Richard C. Cabot, professor of medicine at Harvard University, in a recent address, declared, "3/4 of all illnesses are cured without the victims even knowing they have had them. Proof of this contention is to be found in post-mortem examinations, which time after time reveal indelible and unmistakable traces of disease, which the subject has conquered all unknowingly. 90% of all typhoid cures itself, as does 75% of all pneumonia. In fact, out of a total of 215 diseases known to medical science, there are only about 8 or 9 which doctors conquer. The rest conquer themselves. He went on to say that if nature, assisted by the proper mental and emotional moods, is capable of curing an ulcer in 3 or 4 weeks, why isn't it possible for the same force to heal a similar ulcer in a few minutes when the curative processes have been speeded up abnormally? Great physicians have, on numerous occasions, maintained that there is no science in medicating people. In preventive medicine, yes. In surgery, in obstetrics. But the art of drugging is little ahead of where it was in the Middle Ages, when Egyptian mummies were in great demand among druggists, and powdered Pharaoh was considered the greatest remedy for any ill that flesh was heir to. In other words, mind is the healer. Drugs can sometimes make its work easier by removing obstructions, by killing off parasites. But the regular use of drugs is far more likely to harm than to heal. In the Great War, the one drug that most proved its worth was iodine. And what is iodine? A cleanser. It killed germs, it cleansed wounds, but it has no healing power, and no healing was expected of it. It did all that was asked. It cauterized, cleansed so that nature could do its own healing unobstructed. That would seem to be the most that should be expected of any drug. Kill the germs of sickness or disease, cleanse so that nature can then more easily do its rebuilding. And that is where the use of drugs should stop. Mind works best when it is interfered with the least. When we throw ourselves entirely upon it for support, rather than share the responsibility with some outside agency. It is not through drugs that the medical profession has done so much of good for the world. It is not through drugs that they have improved the general health, cleaned up plague spots, cut down infant mortality, and lengthened the average life expectancy of mankind by 15 years. It is by scotching disease at its very source. It is by getting rid of artificially created unwholesome conditions, getting back to natural wholesome conditions. What is it causes typhus? Filth, an entirely unwholesome condition, man-made. And how do doctors prevent the spread of typhus? By cleaning up, by getting back to natural, wholesome conditions. How were these wonderful results brought about? Not through drugs, but by cleaning up, purifying water, building drainage systems, making everything roundabout as clean and wholesome as nature herself. Cleanliness, purity, sunshine, God gave us in abundance all that is necessary for perfect health. Clean air, pure water, clear sunshine. All we need to do is to keep these pure and clean and to use all we possibly can of them. The greatest good the medical profession has done mankind is in discovering the value of these gifts of God and showing us how to use them. That way lies the future of medicine, bringing our surroundings back to the natural, wholesome conditions for which we were created. That way lies health and happiness for all. Cleanliness inside and out, clean air, pure water, plenty of sunshine, and right thinking. In the next chapter, I shall try to show you how you can apply the illimitable power of mind, hopefully towards the successful treatment of disease. Chapter 24. The gift of the Magi all over the world. Sick, weak, and devitalized men and women are searching for health and strength. By the hundreds of thousands, they drag their weary and aching bones around or languish on sick beds, waiting for someone to bring health to them corked up in a bottle. But real, lasting health was never found in pill boxes or medicine bottles. There is one method, and only one, by which it can be gained and kept. That method is by using the power of the subconscious mind. For a long time, the doctors pooh-poohed any such idea. Then, as the evidence piled up, they grudgingly admitted that nervous troubles and even functional disorders might be cured by bond. The more progressive physicians everywhere now admit that there is practically no limit to how far mind can go in the cure of disease. As Dr. Walsh of Fordham University puts it, analysis of the statistics of diseases cured by mental influence shows that its results have been more strikingly manifest in organic than in the so-called nervous or functional diseases. Everyone admits that the mind influences the body somewhat, for everyone has seen others grow pale with fear or red with anger. Everyone has felt the stopping of the heartbeats at some sudden fright, the quickened breathing and the thumping of the heart caused by excitement. These and 100 other evidences of the influence of mind over matter are common to all of us, and everyone will admit them. But everyone does not know that our whole bodies seem to be nothing more or less than the outward expression of our thought. We sit in a draft, and education teaches us we should have a cold or fever. So, we have a cold or fever. We eat something which we have been told is indigestible, and immediately we are assailed with pains. We see another yawn, and our impulse is to follow suit. In the same way, when we hear of sickness round about us, the fear of it visualizes it in our own minds, and we too have it. The fear of these things seems to bring them about, the mental suggestion sent through to our subconscious minds. We have been educated in a medical age to think that most diseases are infectious or contagious. So the mere sight of a diseased person makes most of us withdraw into ourselves like a turtle within his shell. We fear we shall catch it, when one of the great dangers of disease is that very fear of it. The Chinese have a saying that when the plague comes, 5,000 people may die of the plague, but 50,000 will die of the fear of it. Did you ever hurt a limb or a finger so that you thought you couldn't move it? And then, under the stress of some sudden emotion, forget all about the hurt, and presently wake to find yourself using the finger or the limb just as readily and as painlessly as though there had never been anything wrong with it? You must have the sincere desire first. That is prayer. Then the faith, the kind of faith that Jesus meant when he said, "Whatsoever ye ask for when ye pray, believe that ye receive it, and ye shall have it." Mind you, not believe ye are going to receive it. Believe that ye receive it now, this very minute. Know that the real you, the image of you held in universal mind, in short, the truth concerning every organ in your body, is perfect. Know the truth. Believe that you have this perfect image, on the day that you can truly believe this, carry this sincere conviction to your subconscious mind. On that day, you will be perfect. The chronicles of every religion are full of just such miracles. And the reason for them is the same in every case: prayer and faith. Given these, no healing is impossible. Suppose we go back for a moment to the lowly amoeba, the first bit of animal life upon the earth. I know not whether you are a fundamentalist or evolutionist. The facts are a bit harder to prove from the evolution side of it, so let us argue from that angle. The amoeba, as you will recall from Chapter 1, is the lowest form of animal life known to scientists, a sort of jellyfish with but a single cell, without brains, without intelligence, possessing only life. No one would ever contend that this jellyfish could improve itself. No one would argue that it developed the next form of life out of its own mind or ideas. Yet, according to science, the next form of life did develop from this jelly-like mass. The amoeba certainly was not responsible for doing it, and it couldn't develop itself. So the conclusion is forced upon us that some outside intelligence must have done it, but there were no other living creatures. The amoeba was alone of all animal life upon the planet. The condition of the water and atmosphere was such that few, if any, other forms of animals could have sustained life at that time. So the intelligence which developed the next form of animal life must have been the same that created the amoeba that first brought life to this planet. That intelligence is variously called God, providence, nature, the life principle, mind, etc. For our purposes here, let us call it universal mind. Having formed life here on earth, universal mind proceeded to develop it. Starting with a single cell, it built cell upon cell, changing each form of life to meet the different conditions of atmosphere and environment that the cooling of the earth crust brought about. When the multicellular structure became complicated, it gave a brain to it to direct the different functions, just as you put a governor on a steam engine. When land appeared and the receding tides left certain animals high and dry for periods of hours, it gave these both lungs and gills, the one for the air, the other for the water. When the creatures began to prey upon one another, it gave one speed, another a shell, a third an ink-like fluid, that each in its own way might escape and survive, but always it progressed. Each new stage of life was an improvement over the previous one, and always it showed its resourcefulness, its ability to meet any need. Finally, as the culmination of all its efforts, it made man, a creature endowed not only with a brain like that of the lower animals, but with the power of reason, made in his image and likeness, sharing infinite intelligence, himself a creator and a part of universal mind. All through the creation, from the time of the one-celled amoeba right up to man, every scientist will admit that the directing intelligence of universal mind was on the job every minute, that it formed the models on which each new and different kind of animal was made, that each of these models was perfect, the one model best fitted to cope with the conditions it had to confront. Certainly when it came to man, it is not likely to have been any less successful in forming a perfect model than it was in making the tiger or the elephant. So we can take it, I assume, that all will admit that man, as formed by a universal mind, is perfect, that the idea of man as it exists in universal mind is perfect in every particular. And the basis of all these cures is that there is nothing miraculous about the cure of disease at all, that it is divinely natural, that it requires merely understanding that mind is the only creator, and that the only image universal mind holds of your body is a perfect image, neither young nor old, but full of health, of vigor, of beauty and vitality, that all you have to do when assailed by disease is to go back to universal mind for a new conception of its perfect image, for the truth concerning your body, just as you would go back to the principle of mathematics for the truth concerning any problem that worked out incorrectly. When you can make your subconscious mind copy after this universal image, the truth, instead of the diseased image you are holding in your thoughts, your sickness will vanish, like the mere dream it is. When you think an organ is diseased, it is your conscious mind that thinks this. Inevitably, it sends this thought through to your subconscious mind, and the latter proceeds to build the cells of that organ along this imperfect, diseased model. Change the model. In other words, change your belief, and your subconscious mind will go back again to building along right lines. Your body, you know, is simply an aggregation of millions upon millions of protons and electrons held together by mind. They are the universal substance all about us, the plastic clay from which the sculptor mind shapes the forms you see. Your subconscious mind partakes of the creative power of mind, and because of that, it is daily, hourly, changing the particles of electrical energy, which constitute your body, to conform to the image you hold before it. The clay cannot reply to the sculptor. No more can these tiny particles of electricity. Your body has nothing to say as to whether it shall be diseased or crippled. It is mind that decides this. Jesus understood this, and it was on the basis of this understanding that he was able to cure any and all manner of disease. He was not a magician or occult wonder worker, aiming to set aside the laws of nature. He was a teacher, demonstrating those laws. He didn't pick the learned scribes and Pharisees and let them in on the secret of his wonder working. On the contrary, the men he chose were simple fisher folk, and to them he gave the understanding that enabled them to cure the sick, the halt, and the blind. For what is sickness? An illusion, a mortal dream, merely the absence of health. Bring back that health image, and the sickness immediately disappears. Universal mind never created disease. The only image it knows of man is the truth, the perfect image. The only idea it has of your body is a perfect, healthy idea. For God is of purer eyes than to behold evil. Then where does disease come from? Who created it? No one did. It is a mere illusion, just as if you think a pin is sticking you, and you concentrate your thought on the pain, it becomes unbearable. Yet when you investigate, you find that no pin was sticking you at all, merely a hair or bit of cinder lodged against the skin. How often have you had some fancied pain only to have it promptly disappear when your physician assured you there was nothing wrong with you at all? It would be the same way with all sickness, all pain, if you would understand that it is merely fear or suggestion working on your conscious mind, and that if you will deny this belief of pain or sickness, your subconscious mind will speedily make that denial good. Don't render that mind impotent by thoughts of fear, doubt, and anxiety. If you do, it is going to get like a working crew, which is constantly being stopped by strikes or walkouts or changes of plans. It will presently get discouraged and stop trying. So keep in mind the one basic fact that covers the whole ground, that mind is all. There is no other cause. When you drive the belief in disease from your subconscious mind, you will drive away the pain and all the other symptoms with it. Few sick people have any idea how much they can do for themselves. There is an old saying that every man is a fool or his own physician at 40. When the science of mind is more generally understood, that saying will become literally true. Every man will find within himself the mind which healeth all thy diseases. For every function of your body is governed by your mind. When sickness or pain assails you, deny it. Cling steadfastly to the one idea that covers all, that universal mind made your every organ perfect, that the only image of each organ now in universal mind is this perfect image, and that this perfect idea is endowed with resources sufficient to meet any need. Jesus' command, "Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect," was meant to be taken literally, and it can be followed literally if we will model our bodies upon the image He holds of us in universal mind. We are all sculptors, you know, but instead of marble or clay, our material is the plastic energy, protons and electrons, of which we and everything in this world about us are made. What are you making of it? What image are you holding in mind? Images of sickness, of poverty, of limitation? Then you are reproducing these in your life. Banish them. Forget them. Never let them enter your thought, and they will never again manifest themselves in your life. You admit that mind influences your body to some extent, but you think your physical organs hold the preponderance of power. So you depend upon them and make yourself their slave. By holding before yourself the thought that your organs are the masters, you make them your master and deprive yourself of the directing intelligence of your subconscious mind. When an organ ceases to function properly, you try to doctor it, when the part that needs attention is your mind. If you're running an electric machine and the current becomes weak or is switched off, you don't take the machine apart or oil it or tamper with it to make it run better. You go to the source of the power to find what is wrong there. In the same way, when anything seems wrong with the functioning of your body, the place to investigate is your subconscious mind. Your stomach has no intelligence, nor your heart, nor your liver, nor any other of your organs. Your liver, for instance, could never figure out how much sugar should be turned into your blood every minute to keep your bodily temperature at 98 degrees, when you are sitting in a room that is warmed to only 65 degrees. It doesn't know how much more sugar is required to keep that temperature normal when you go out into a driving gale 10 below zero. Yet it supplies the requisite amount, neither too much nor too little, and it does it instantaneously. Where does it get the information? You don't know it. No mortal man could figure it out in a year's time. It gets it from your subconscious mind. It gets both the information and the directions to use it. And every other of your bodily organs gets its information in the same place. Your muscles are not self-acting. Take away mind, and those muscles are just like any other bit of matter, lifeless, inert. They have nothing to say as to what they shall do. They merely obey the behests of mind, so it is with your body. A wonderful mechanism, the most complicated, yet the most perfect in the world. But switch off the current of your mental dynamo. Take away the intelligence that directs the working of your every organ. And what is left? A bit of bone and flesh, inert and useless. In the final analysis, your body is merely a piece of mechanism dependent entirely upon mind. It has no power, no volition of its own. It does as mind tells it to, insofar as mind believes itself to be the master. Your eyes, for instance, are merely lenses which transmit light from the outer world to the brain within. They contract or elongate, they open or close, just as mind directs. And mind, in its turn, keeps them constantly nourished with new life-giving blood, replacing old tissue, old cells as fast as they wear out, rebuilding ever, so that your eyes may continue to function perfectly as long as your conscious mind is dependent upon them for its impressions of outer objects. It doesn't matter how old you may be or how much you use them. Your eyes are like any other muscles of your body. They improve in strength with use. Give them but enough rest intervals for mind to repair and rebuild the used tissue. Keep before your subconscious mind the perfect image of eyes on which you expect it to rebuild, and you need never fear glasses. You need never worry about your eyes going back on you. The way to begin is to refuse to believe or to heed any complaint from your body. Have no fear of climate or atmosphere, of dampness or drafts. It is only when you believe them unhealthy that they are so to you. When your stomach sends a report of distress, when it tells you that something you have eaten is disagreeing with it, treat it as you would an unruly servant. Remind it that it is not the judge of what is or is not good for it, that it has no intelligence, that it is merely a channel through which the food you give it passes for certain treatment and selection, that if the food is not good, it has but to pass it through to the eliminatory organs as speedily as may be. Your stomach is entirely capable of doing this. Every organ you have is capable of withstanding any condition, given the right state of mind to direct it. The only reason that they succumb to sickness or disease or injury is because you tell them to. Men have fallen from great heights without injury. Men have taken the most deadly poison without harm. Men have gone through fire and flood and pestilence with not a scratch to show, and what men have done once they can do again. The fact that it has been done shows that your body does not need to suffer injury from these conditions. And if it does not need to, then it would seem that the only reason it ordinarily suffers is because your fear of injury is the thought you are holding before your subconscious mind, and therefore that is the thought that it images on your body. The moment any symptom of illness shows in your body, vigorously deny its existence. Say to yourself, my body has no intelligence, neither has any germ of disease, therefore neither my body nor the disease can tell me I am sick. Mind is the only cause, and mind has not directed them to make me sick. The only image of my body that mind knows is a perfect, vigorous, healthy image, and that is the only image I'm going to build on. Then forget the image of disease. It is only an illusion and can be dispelled like any other illusion. Keep in your mind's eye the image of perfect health, of vigorous, boundless vitality. Your body cannot say it is sick. Therefore, when the belief of sickness assails you, it must come either from your conscious mind or from outside suggestion. In either event, it is your job to see that no belief of sickness reaches your subconscious mind, that no fear of it, no thought of it is imaged there. If you allow evil thoughts to remain, they are received by the subconscious, which tends to realize them in the body just as much as though they were good, wholesome, health-giving spiritual thoughts. For remember, the subconscious does not reason and judge. It only receives and obeys. When you have an accident, don't immediately think that you must be hurt. On the contrary, deny at once that you can be hurt. The denial will take away the creative power of your thought from any damaging condition. More than that, if you will immediately call to mind the fact that the only image of your body that universal mind holds is a perfect image, and that this is the image on which your subconscious mind is building, you will find that this subconscious mind will speedily rebuild any damaged parts in accordance with that image. There is no necessity for disease. There is no necessity even for fatigue. They that wait upon the Lord shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. Those words from Holy Writ were meant literally, and they can be applied literally if you will govern your body by mind and not let custom and popular belief make your body the master. Whatever it is right for you to do, you can do without fear, no matter if it entails long continued toil, hardship, or danger. Depend upon it, your mind can call to your aid all the forces of nature if they are necessary to your emergency. There is one rule that will help anyone keep healthy. That rule is to forget your nerves, throw away your pills and your medicine bottles, and hold before your mind's eye only the perfect image that universal mind has of your body. That is the surest way to keep free from sickness. And if you are already sick, the same rule applies. Know that universal mind never created disease, which it is but an illusion of your conscious mind. Know that mind is the only creator, that, as Shakespeare puts it, there is nothing, either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. Know that you have the say as to what that thinking shall be. Know, therefore, that by holding a perfect image of your body in your thoughts, you can make your body perfect. That intelligence is your subconscious mind. With the proper cooperation on your part, your subconscious mind will attend to these duties indefinitely, keeping your every organ perfect, your every function regular as clockwork. But it is exceedingly amenable to suggestion. Worry about sickness or contagion. Hold before it the thought that you are getting old or that some organ is becoming feeble, and it will be perfectly agreeable to bringing about the condition you suggest. jest. Convince it that there is no danger from contagion. Hold before it the thought of health and strength, and it will be just as prompt in manifesting them. So, what you must realize is this: before anything can be made, there must be a model for it in mind. Before a house can be built, there must be a plan, a blueprint from which to build. Before you were created, Universal Mind held in thought the model on which you were made. That model was perfect then, is perfect now. The only idea of you that Universal Mind knows is a perfect model, where every cell and organism is formed along perfect lines. Your body is changing every moment. Every cell, every organism is constantly being rebuilt. Why rebuild along the old imperfect lines? Why not build on the lines held in the thought of Universal Mind? You can do it. But the essence of it lies in the words of the Master. Whatsoever things ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. It matters not what your ailment may be. It will respond to that treatment. Suppose, as an example, that your stomach has been troubling you, that you cannot eat what you would like, that you cannot assimilate your food, that you are weak and nervous in consequence. Every morning when you awake, and every night just before you drop off to sleep, say to yourself, "My stomach has neither intelligence nor feeling. It functions only as mind directs it. Therefore, I need have no worry about its being weak or diseased, for the only image that mind knows of stomach is its perfect image, and that perfect image can assimilate or remove anything I may put into it. It is perfect, as everything that Universal Mind makes is perfect. And being perfect, it can do anything, right I may ask of it without fear or anxiety. Concentrate on the one organ at a time, and repeat this formula to yourself night and morning. Say it, feel it, believe it, and you can do what you please with that organ. As thy faith is, so be it done unto thee. It is the same with contagion, with the hundreds of diseases which most people scarcely know the names of, but to which they are constantly falling victims. They don't know they have been exposed to contagion. They don't know that their systems are in such condition that certain diseases logically follow. But their subconscious minds do know it. And they have so thoroughly educated those minds to believe in the necessity for ill health, in the inevitability of sickness under certain conditions, that the subconscious proceed to work out the contagion or the condition to its logical conclusion. Grown people can change these subconscious convictions by the proper counter-suggestions, consciously given. But young children cannot reason. They accept the beliefs that are held by the generality of mankind, or that are strongly suggested to them by those nearest to them. That is why babies and young children fall such easy victims to the fears of disease and contagion of their parents and those about them. That is why worry over a seeming epidemic so often results in the children catching it, even when they have apparently been in no way exposed to the contagion. But the remedy is just as simple. Know that your children are primarily children of God, that the image He holds of them is perfect. His perfect image has within itself every power necessary to ward off disease of any kind. As long as you do your part, the principle of mathematics will do the rest. It is the same in all of life. Don't worry, don't fret. Go at your problem in the right way, no matter how difficult it may seem. Follow the rules herein laid down, and you can confidently look to the principle of being to bring you the answer. The kingdom of heaven is like unto a treasure hid in a field, the which when a man hath found he hideth, and for joy thereof goeth and selleth all that he hath, and buyeth that field. This field is your own consciousness, a treasure you find within yourself, which others cannot see. But you know it for the indwelling Spirit, the Father within you, and are willing to sell all that you have because this treasure is worth more than all other possessions. If you have begun to realize this treasure and use it even in a small way, the most wonderful thing that can happen to anyone on this planet has happened to you. What does it mean? It means that an ordinary human being, afflicted with all the sufferings and fears and worries and superstitions of the average man, has learned the law of being. It means that he has acquired a power above all that of his would-be destroyers. It means that he has put his foot upon the rock of life, that the doorway of heaven is open before him, that all of good is as free to him as the air he breathes. The world today is so much more wonderful than it was to former generations. Mankind has begun to glimpse its illimitable powers. The whole world is plastic and sensitive to new ideas. The soul of man is finding itself and learning its relation to the infinite. The veil between the visible and the invisible is being drawn aside. Through seeing the Father do the works, we are becoming more assured of our own power, beginning to assert the Father that is within us. We know that, given the right understanding, the works that Jesus did, we can do also. We recognize his miracles as divinely natural laws, part of God's continuous plan.